Testing. Testing. Testing.
Okay, is everyone ready? Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Virginia City Council chambers. We have a large docket for today, including a special meeting and a committee of the whole meeting and a budget meeting. So first, we're going to start with the special council meeting. We'll call this meeting to order. Today's date is Tuesday, October 17th, 2023. The time is 9:05 p.m. For those who are listening on the YouTube channel, you have sound. For those who are listening in the public access, you do not have sound, but you will as soon as they get that repaired. But we're going to start the meeting and move it forward because the potential delay in getting the sound could be significant. So we have a full agenda today, and we have a full council present. We have 3 items on the agenda for this special council meeting, and this is regarding the assessments on 8th Avenue. We have an updated...
This is actually regarding all of the assessments on 2021 street project, not just 8th Avenue.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Yes.
Correction on all the street assessments. We have to approve all of them. So 3 items on the agenda today. Thank you, Britt. 3 items on the agenda today. First, on the agenda with respect to this assessments, determination of the double assessments. These are those assessed properties that are being assessed on both the street and the alley, those who live on the corner lots that are being doubly assessed as a result of this. And so our goal today is to take a look at those double assessments to determine whether or not we want to make some adjustments. Now, historically, and some other street projects, we have made adjustments in the past for the double assessments on the corner, and we've done this in a variety of ways. One is, I think there's a 50-50 split, 50% of the assessments. Another option was to assess only one side of the property at the highest assessed value of whatever it's the street or the alley was. So those are just a couple of things that have been done in the past. We do have latitude on how we can do this. We do have to follow the assessment policy as written with all these street and alley projects. We can't change the policy. We have to continue to move forward with the assessment as written in the policy and as produced with respect to the how much money you pay in each assessment through our determination based on the spreadsheet that was provided to us by our engineer of record, SCH. So here we are on determination of double assessments. First, Britt, do you have anything that you'd like to add to that? Okay, thank you. Sherry? And so with any adjustment that we make to these assessments, the more adjustment we make downward on the assessments, what is going to cause our levy to increase, because if we're not covered by the assessment of those who are affected by that and we reduce that assessment responsibility, then that money has to be shared somewhere, and it has to go within the city, and we spread that out over the rest of the residents of the city. Therefore, our levy increases, and our goal and objective here in the budget meeting to follow is to decrease our levy as much as we can. So by making these adjustments, the challenge increases with respect to how we're going to make those changes and adjustments to bring the levy down as much as we can. So that being said, I'll go around the room. Any questions, comments, concerns, or suggestions with respect to item 1 on the agenda, which is the determination of double assessments? First, Councilor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor. Could we go over what the actual policy states we can do on the double assessment portion?
Do you have that assessment policy by chance? I have it right here. Okay, thank you. Okay, well, let's take a look at that, Councilor Paulson. The city has elected to utilize Minnesota Statute 429 for its assessment proceedings as amended and incorporated by reference into this policy. with respect to interest rates and payments. Okay, there's nothing in the policy that alludes to that. Only with respect to the deferments and the payments and how each assessment based on the street or avenue is calculated. But there's nothing in there that indicates that what we have done in the past. What we have, and we can, this is not a rules and regulations, this is a policy, and we can deviate from the policy under exigent circumstances or waive certain sections of the policy, but we can't change the policy. So we do have latitude moving forward. I don't have the history criteria before me. Pam, do you have any information about that at all by chance? Do not. Britt, any recollection of?
I do recollect, but I'm trying to find it on Laserfish when it was last done. But
Okay.
the last one that I recall would have been back in, I want to say it was early 2000s. We did 1/2 of the the smaller assessment was waived.
So we have amended or deviated from the policy under those circumstances, particularly when they were doubly assessed for properties on the corner. Okay, thank you. I know that doesn't fully answer your question, Councilor Paulson, but that's all the information I have at this point. Councilor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to understand what we can in fact do or what we have done in the past. And it would be, I think, my intention to try to help alleviate as much as possible for that double assessment. So does that mean, so that means we can waive one, or does that mean it's half of the most expensive and it's both of them?
It is up to the council to decide how you like to do that. So you can choose to waive one side of the assessment if that's what you'd like, or you can choose to waive half of one side, or you can choose to waive half of both. You can, it's really, any waivers in the policy is determined by the city council. The only thing we strictly have to stick with is we have to ensure that 20% of that accessible cost is covered through assessments.
So if we do go down that road, what would be the total amount that would be added to the levy should we take action?
And as Britt is looking for that information, I did have a conversation in the preliminary hearing with a resident that's affected by the property at 3rd and 8th Avenue, and the property owner had asked early on in the first assessment how that works with the double assessment. And I did tell him that after doing some research, and I don't know where the document is, but I recall in the past that we took one street or one alley, and we determined that whatever the largest assessment was in the street or the alley, that would be the assessment that we have done in the past. We have assessed that. So if it's $3,000 on one side and $3,800 on the other side, we waive the $33,000 and assess the $3,800. So we've done that in the past as well. We do have latitude though on how we do that. This is one example. I did explain to this gentleman that we've done that in the past, and that we would be considering the double assessment during the final assessment hearing, and that's why we're here today. So that's the information that I have, and that's the information I disseminated to that property owner. Britt?
My calculation, and this is just on my phone, so I would appreciate a double check. If you take page 3 and just select the smallest assessment of those parcels listed, I come up with $21,385.16.
21,000.
385.16.
385.16. So we would be, if we made a reduction, we would be spreading that $21,385.16 over the entire properties in Virginia on our levy. Thank you. Councilor Paulson.
Thank you. And then the higher number, the higher assessment value number, is that based on 28% or 30%?
I do believe, and we have Matt Nella here, the only one that we did that at the smaller percentage was Southern Drive.
Yes, so each road is assessed at either the 30% or 20%. Only Southern Drive is at 20%. When you're looking at these double assessments, both on 3rd Street and 8th Avenue, they're all at 30%.
30%, okay. So then that would lead me to my next question as we go to the next number or on our agenda is the approval. And we have the requirement for, because we bonded for the streets for the project, the requirement is 20% minimum assessment. So we could still discuss an additional 10% waiver, which would go straight onto the levy then.
We could discuss a 10% waiver if it keeps us at that 20% of the total
The
assessable
total
amount.
assessment, okay.
Because
So-
we're at 28% total project coverage right now. So even though that there's some that are 30 and some that are 20, it
Got
comes
it.
up to 28%.
So that's the,
Ideally, 8% would be the lowest that you'd want to take off of that total assessable amount.
okay, and that makes sense. So then just, I guess, keep in mind, and I don't know how we can get that number, whatever the 8% is, because that's a big number that would,
Bigger number.
we would need to discuss about adding that onto the levy if we choose to, if the council chooses to go down any percentage amount. Is that correct? And is that hard, is that number hard to,
No, and
obtain.
it's a different formula based on here, it's going to be, it'll be a $350,915.81 reduction of the total assessments. However, that doesn't mean that's how much the levy is. We'd have to calculate how much that came out because we have to bond, we have to assess 125% of what we think we're gonna get. So we'll have to figure that out what that would be. Like, I couldn't get you that levy number today, but I can tell you what it would reduce the project costs down to.
it's a pretty big number,
It's a pretty big number.
Okay.
And then that would, I'm kind of on your same line, then that would ideally be spread over all those streets, not just one area. Everybody would get a little bit of a reduction
Okay,
in this project.
okay. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for allowing me to,
Thank you.
Ask that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Paulson. Any other questions, comments by the council? Councilor Freely.
So once again, it appears that anything we do, either the individuals listed will pay, or all of us will pay. So it is a catch-22, no matter what we do. And I guess I'm of the mind that I'd rather see it spread out amongst more than few. Why is it that we hadn't ever looked at a policy that would have assessed the entire city for improvements within the city? Because, for example, 3rd Street is a very significantly traveled street, and there's significant assessments on 3rd Street. Why would not other people in the city be obligated to pay for at least a portion of the improvements made? And that would, so everybody would still be paying, but we'd be paying a heck of a lot less than $7,800 on that assessment. Is that something we can consider to recalculate how we do that? Or would that just significantly raise our levy to the point where it would be uncomfortable for all of us? The point is, it's gonna be uncomfortable for all of us, no matter what we do. But I'd rather see it spread out amongst the many than the few, because I'm one of those few, and that's a lot of money. So I don't know what to do, to be honest with you. I'd like to see us take some of the pain away from those individuals that have such high assessments for those projects that are completed. But by doing so, we add to the pain of the masses. So I'm not sure which way to go, to be honest with you.
So, correct me if this is not accurate, but it's my understanding based upon the previous projects that we've had within the city of Virginia. This assessment policy was established in 1971.
Was the last revision that I had known of.
That was the last revision, excuse me, is in 1971. And so, to your point and to everybody else's point on the council, shouldn't that have been changed over time? Well, probably. Is it time to change the policy and make adjustments to address the issue you just brought forth, Counselor Freely? I believe it should be. The issue is that because we have this assessment policy in place with the current projects that are underway, we have to go by this policy, with the exception of some of the deviations with respect to how we determine the double assessments. So by reducing the amount that we can within, to comply with the law, whatever you do, as you indicated, Councilor Freely, it's going to be paid by somewhere, someplace. So my question is for clarification, if I may, Matt and Britt, and to all of us, if an adjustment was made and it increases our levy, do we spread that over the entire city or just those who are affected in the project areas that have been established in 2021 street improvement projects?
Entire city.
The entire city. Thank you for that. Matt Reed, our engineer record. Matt?
Morning, Mayor. If I could, I just wanted to try to help clarify for Councilor Friedlieb his question about, and it's probably just terms, quite frankly, but he asked why we can't assess over the entire city. When you're talking about using special assessments, the way the state statute reads is you have to have a direct benefit, which means basically in front of your house or in the vicinity of your house. So in essence, what you're doing by putting it back on the levy, you're doing exactly what you're suggesting. It's a tax levy versus an assessment. But that's why, if I understood your question correctly, why we couldn't just say, hey, let's specially assess everybody across the city. That's why you can't use that term special assessment to everybody, because you have to have, per state statute, a direct benefit. That's how the statute reads. Does that make sense?
It does. And can I just continue the conversation?
Please do.
So, and I recall like when Sixth Avenue was done, I don't remember what year that was, but it doesn't seem that very long ago, but nothing seems that long ago. And I think I was told at that time by Charlie at a meeting at the Miners Memorial Building that should Third Street be done before the assessment period of Sixth Avenue was concluded, I wouldn't have to pay for Third Street because I've already paid for Sixth Avenue. That was one thing that I was told at that time. The other thing I guess that I'm concerned about is like, and it's not that I don't distrust your analysis of what needs to be done, because you've got cameras in there and you're looking to see that there is vulnerability to the infrastructure of these roads. I understand that. But it seems to me that a process could be put in play whereby the people that would be affected, like I got a knock on my door from one of my neighbors when he received his letter for his $3,000 assessment. What the H is this? And I told him, well, we just got new water, sewer, storm. I don't care. I'd drive on dirt roads if I had to, if I didn't have to pay this kind of thing. So point being, it's like, should we not, we do the analysis of what should be done or could be done, but there's no breach of that yet, is what I'm saying. Like, yeah, there's vulnerability to that infrastructure, but there hasn't been any breach. In other words, it's functional to the people that live there. Should we survey those people to say, this is what we need and should be doing within the next year or 3, 5, whatever it is, this is what your assessment would be. Are you in favor of doing this? To give them some say into whether or not thumbs up or thumbs down on the project. I don't know. I mean, there's no say.
We did
There's
that.
people just, this is what's gonna happen in your
Councilor Freakley,
neighborhood.
I'd like to dispute that, actually. We did that. That very first hearing we did at the Miners Memorial back in 2020 was basically that. And that was the chance for anybody on this list to come forward and say, not my street. And the people that came and those that, COVID was just starting up, so we had a lot of people that called and said, I'm not gonna make it, yes or no. We had some people say no, but most of the people said, yes, fix my street. That's their chance to say yes or no.
They aware of what their costs would be.
We had we had the estimated special assessment rules with us, and we were able to tell them at that meeting, but we based it on a $10 million project, not an $8 million. So we had told them very high, because just like your levy, you have to set your special assessments high, and then you can go down, but you can never go up. So once we give you the initial notice, we can't go any higher than what we gave you initially. We have to only give you lower.
And I mean, it's just it's a personal gut feeling. I mean, my wife and I, when they were gonna do Third Street, we were like, why are they doing this? Like, it's not that bad, but we don't see underneath it, and we haven't seen the cameras that have viewed the infrastructure, so we don't know that. So from our mindset, it's like, what are they even doing that for, kind of thing. So in any event, we're between a rock and a hard place, without question. I think there has to be a review and analysis of the current policy in some capacity, maybe not at this point in time, but certainly moving forward. And again, no matter what we do, we're either all paying for it or individuals are paying more than it appears they should.
Counselor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. When we're talking about the corner lots, where there's just a few that we have listed, correct? And looking at those numbers, those are some pretty big numbers. So I will move that we waive the lower of the assessment on the affected corner lots moving forward for this project.
For the purpose of this discussion, Counselor Johnson moves to waive the lower portion of the assessment on those who are doubly assessed for this 2021 street improvement project. Is there support?
All support for further discussion.
Support by Counselor Freely, but further discussion, we'll go left to right. First, Counselor Paulson, and then back over to Counselor Freely. Counselor Paulson.
Thank you. I will support this. I just want a clarification then. We're talking about $21,385.16 that would be transferred then to the levy. Okay, thank you. $21,385.16.
Counselor Freely.
So by foregoing, you're saying the second assessment is foregone on these corner lots?
Yeah, it would take away that two assessments, they'll just be paying one, and then, like you said, that other part goes back, and then we can look at, after that, when that's done, then we can look at what the price is for the other assessment for everybody else at 28% and potentially lower that, but that would then spread what you're talking about, and my understanding, that would then spread out the use of those roads for everybody in town who drives past your place or drives past over by Mesaba Tribune, then everybody would be paying. So it kind of does both of those things for folks at least in town.
And that only adds 21 some odd $1,000 to the levy overall. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Moved and supported. I do have a tangent question. So, Matt, you made a very good point about what is considered a special assessment and what's considered a levy. So as we move forward, and it doesn't affect this project, but for the purpose of discussion down the road, are we required to do a special assessment? Or can we just add any street improvement project to our general budget levy?
If we paid cash, we could just add it to the levy.
So the question is that if we have the money for it, we can pay in lieu of assessment. But if we get funding from another source, like the state or something, we're required by law to follow the assessment process.
If we bond for the money, yes.
We bond for the money, which,
We normally do because if you recall, as you know, most grants, federal, state, county, whatever, are reimbursement grants. So you have to pay for it up front, and then you get the money back at the end when the project's done.
and we don't have $10 million in cash or $8.3 million in cash, so.
And I do want to point out, there is one clause in the statute that does say, if you have a special referendum or an election ballot question where you ask the residents, would you be willing to pay X amount of dollars per person or percentage per person, per household, per business, per whatever, for the street project program, and if that passes, then you don't need to specially assess those streets that are under that program.
Right, that was my next question. So if you pass a resolution and you have a referendum and the
You have
people.
ballot question.
And the ballot question, and say for the sake of argument, the residents approve that, all that money that's assessed with respect to that on their taxes goes into, would probably be a special revenue fund for street improvements only. And we use that money in order to accomplish that. That alleviates the need for a special assessment because we're paying for it without other funding sources. So the next question is, we have the special assessment. We say the referendum passes, we have this money, and say we have $6.5 million in there, and then the project is $10 million, we don't have enough cash for that, and we have to borrow that through a bond, we have to assess, correct? So the entire project has to be paid for cash, And any money that we use from the state or the federal government, or the state particularly, we're required by law to assess a minimum of 20%. Thank you. Okay, would you read back the motion, please, Pam? Motion and support.
Moved by Counselor Johnson, supported by Counselor Friedlieb, to approve eliminating lower portion of the double assessment on the property owners affected on the corners of 3rd Street South and 8th Avenue West.
Okay, would that be just for 8th Avenue West, or would that for all 2021 projects?
The double assessments only occur on 3rd Street South and 8th Avenue West.
Very, thank you. So it has been moved and supported. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, item 2 on the agenda is adopt the resolution to spread the assessment of Phase 1 of the 2021 street improvement project. So the first question is, this is not just what we talked about today, it's all the 2021 street improvements throughout the city, is that correct? So we're looking at the resolution to spread the assessment of Phase 1, which is all the street improvement projects that were done under this phase. Thank you. Councilor Johnson?
Mayor, do we have an idea what that, if we took that 28% that's, and dropped it to the minimum of state 20%, what does that 8% look like for the increase to the general levy?
The total increase for the project is 358, 274.80, but to put that in levy terms is a little different because it's not exactly the same, because it's a 15-year spread. So I don't have that number at this moment. I'd have to figure that out, but
8% is not a very large, if we round it to 10, we're still looking at minimal spread across everybody, for everybody who's using the streets. And knowing those traffic patterns are again going to change once the school is done and the rest of the road work in town is done. I think that my feeling, what I'm hearing is that we really want to get this problem solved and then look at the longer term picture moving forward. And I agree with Councilor Friedlieb. I use the streets by his house all the time. We take different routes home all the living on 8th Street, sometimes it's easier to just avoid 8th Street. But I think what I'm hearing, and I'll make a motion to drop the percentage to the state minimum of 20% and letting that other 8% go back into the general levy. And then, yeah, I'll leave it at that. So my motion is to do that as a 20% across the board.
A motion by Councilor Johnson to reduce across the board to 20% of the project on Phase 1. Is there support?
Support for discussion.
Support by Councilor Friedlieb for discussion. Further discussion, Councilor Friedlieb.
Has there been any math done to determine how that will impact the levy? To what total that would be added to the 21,000 we just added?
Okay, $358,000.
Councilor, Mayor?
Yes, please, thank you.
It's over 15 years, it's roughly 24,000 more to the levy expense.
Or about 45,000 then total.
Well, I have to have correction on that. Is the 21 per year for the 15 years?
the what was waived?
The double.
No.
No, so that would be a one-time 41, and then 24,000 for the rest of the 14 years.
So you're looking at a total of about $45,385.16 approximately for this year,
For 2024.
for 2024, correct. So what does that do over the amortization of 15 years then?
Sorry.
Sherry?
Roughly $24,000 more we'd had to figure in the general fund levy
Per year?
per year.
For 15 years.
14, yeah, for 14 more
For
years.
14 more years. Okay, thank you. Counselor Motley?
That answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Beyondich?
Does this affect the the street projects going forward? I mean, we're talking about the ones that are just done, and we have
The one's
more-
done, yes.
So I didn't catch what you,
Just the ones that were done.
okay, so going forward, because we still have more coming up, so we'll have to address those each year?
Yes,
As they're
at the end
done?
of the projects. So with the 23 street project is now going to be the 24 street project hasn't started. We wouldn't be assessing that till 26.
Okay, and the residents along that area, they all know the numbers
Yes.
of what that assessment will be?
Yes. We've given them the numbers based on estimated costs. We haven't got bids yet. So we gave them what we thought we knew. Again, it's usually a high number. I think if you think to that alley project, that 70% was pretty darn shocking, but we have never, I don't recall the city of Virginia ever assessing 70% of an alley. We've always done at least 20, 25%, never that. But we have to tell you a high amount because we can never go back up. We can only give you the dollar amount and come down.
And so for clarification before we vote on the motion, we don't have a second yet? Oh, moved by Councilor Philippe, second. Okay, my question would be, is that if we're going to move it to change the assessment policy for the rest of the projects moving forward, because they're already in the works, are we required to follow our current assessment policy? Is that correct?
To a point, yes.
2 points. So if we were to change our policy or to make an amendment to the policy moving forward, would that change whatever we determine apply to the other street projects that have not yet come to fruition?
It would apply to the ones that have not had the initial public hearing. But if you recall, your policy specifically states that you have the ability to waiver at any time. However, we have to meet state statute of a 20%.
Correct,
So
understand?
while we have a policy, it is just generally a guideline. The council has the ability to waiver from every, you can change every single project if you like, waiver every project if you'd like.
Okay, so because this is a policy, now the rule and the regulation, we could deviate from that policy under exigent circumstances. That's what we're doing today.
Correct.
Thank you. Matt?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to tack on to what Britt said, the projects that we've held the public hearings for moving forward, so it'd be 6th and 17th, 10th and 13th, 14th, 20th, the rest of Southern Drive, Chestnut Street Signals, the alleys, I believe I got them all. Those projects still fall under the current policy. And so again, when we come back to this point in a few years, the council will have the ability to do exactly what you're doing right now and to make adjustments or however you feel it fit to that policy. If between now and then you make amendments or adjustments to your current policy and set up a new assessment policy, that would apply to any project moving forward that you start with that policy. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so I hope that answered your question.
You did answer my question. Thank you, Matt, very much. Okay, thank you. So it has been moved and supported. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Freely.
So my concern is, as we grapple with setting the levy, which we currently set preliminarily at 21%, and we're now reducing these assessments, which will impact that levy even further, are we saying that by doing so, it's going to impact the decisions that need to be made with regard to the services the city provides, the jobs the city provides, all of those discussions that we've been having up to this point in time? It seems to me that it will. And so we're making decisions here to alleviate the cost to people that live on those streets that could cost somebody their job, for that matter. I mean, or am I not seeing this clearly? That's what it appears to me. That's what we've been discussing, is these are the potential things we need to do to get our levy from 21% down to 15, down to 12, down to 10. But we're just now adding to that levy amount, which then complicates those decisions we need to make coming up with regard to how it's going to impact those people who are employed in the city, the services we provide to the city. All that comes into play with even more imminent issue in my mind, which is disconcerting to say the least. Anyhow, so that's a significant concern we are alleviating the pain of assessments, but potentially incurring the pain to people who hold jobs and provide services. So again, it's a catch-22 that's really painful to be sitting in on, but it's what we have to decide.
Thank you, Councilor Freely. So before we go to Councilor Paulson, as we, later on the day when our agenda is to talk about the budget, and we're moving and making some headway there, compiling a list of things that we may have to adjust in order to bring our levy down to a certain percentage, and that's going to put a lot more pressure on us to make even more adjustments moving forward. And so the question is today is how we're going to, are we going to alleviate this for the project for 2021? And what happens in my view is the residents have been bombarded with a variety of costs associated with living in the city of Virginia. The steam conversion costs, the increase in the property values by the county, which causes our mill rate to go up, which causes the Virginia taxes to go up, the new school taxes that went up significantly. And now the road improvement projects with the assessments. There's a significant burden on the residents of the city of Virginia, and this is compounded by the street improvement projects that we made when we assess people a large amount of money when we don't have as many properties to assess. They're not spreading over a large swatch of properties. There's just there's an infinite number of a finite number of properties that are there. In addition to that, we couldn't get enough any more funding to reduce that even more, and that's what causes this angst. Now, this policy has been in effect since 1971. We never really had any major problems before, but this, because of the challenging times that we have in our community, and others have the same, whose levies increased 34%, 52%, 29%, 39%, and ours is 21%. Everybody's trying to reduce their levy. Everybody has the same issue. So we have our challenges ahead, and I agree with you, Councilor Freely, that these adjustments that are being made at the levy affecting the people based on our current policy is going to affect our levy moving forward, and it's going to make more difficult our decisions moving forward as to what adjustments are being made to reduce our levy further. So that's the quandary that we're in, and so we're here to try to make a decision on which direction we're going to go and how that's going to impact the overall budget and the impact on the property owners in Virginia. Councilor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to recap, so I have it correct, what we would be adding on to the 2024 levy would be approximately $45,000. And then subsequent years would be an additional $24,000 over a 15-year period. Okay. So, and just to, I echo Councilor Friedlieb's point, and I don't think that we're going to get to a place where we're talking about jobs. I feel like we can get there just by going over the numbers. But if we go back to the packet from our last meeting, at 21%, we were still, how did you use that phrase? We have an overage of $196,264 at 21%. So we already have that at the 21% mark. So by adding 45,000, it would decrease the overage that we have, and then we can still talk about moving that needle down with the percentage. So I feel like we can get there, and yes, it is increasing the amount for the levy, but at 21%, we still had an overage of $196,264, and that is retaining all city employees, correct? Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Paulson. Would you please read back the motion one more time?
Moved by Councilor Johnson, supported by Councilor Friedlieb, to decrease all properties in the 2021 street improvement project to the required 20% of the project costs and to include the additional funds required in the 2024 general fund levy.
Thank you. Is that correct, the motion? Correct in the second. Further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Item number 3 on the agenda. I'm sorry, Counselor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I would move to direct staff to review with potentially looking to update the assessment policy, start that process.
Okay, Counselor Johnson moves to direct staff to review and come up with recommendations to change the assessments policy that was adopted back in 1971. Is there support? Support by Counselor Beyondich. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 3 on the agenda, which is the final item on the agenda for this special council meeting, is adopt a resolution ordering the repair and removal of hazardous conditions at 601 13th Street North. And, I'm sorry, we still have to, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, we talked about the Phase 1 improvement, so we have to adopt the resolution. So looking for a motion to adopt the resolution to spread the assessment of Phase 1 of the 2021 Street Improvement Project.
Here, before we take that motion, our policy does allow for us to add that deferment clause into the resolution. We have not previous projects, but if the council so chooses, we certainly could add that deferment clause into this resolution.
Okay, that would be on number 9 in our assessment policy.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Would the maker of the motion amend that to his motion?
Nobody's made a motion yet for the
Oh, there's
resolution.
no motion, so, okay, let's back up here, okay? We got 3 different things going on, and I'm confused, so let's go back to where we have to do first.
Last motion was just to reduce from 28% to 20.
Right, and that's motion is on the floor.
That one's approved. So
Another motion for staff to review the assessment policy. That is
Right,
complete.
now we have to adopt the resolution.
correct,
With the caveat of adding in the deferment.
if the council so chooses.
If you choose.
All right, so the motion was already made for that. We just have to, okay. Okay, what did Counselor Johnson motion? What was his motion?
That was for staff to review the assessment policy.
Okay, and you wanted to add it on there.
Nope, I'm saying the next thing we need to do is the resolution. And if we are going to allow for deferments, it has to be written into the resolution. So before we pass this resolution, I need the motion to either say yes or no on the deferment language.
Thank you. I'm on your frequency now. Counselor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm comfortable making that motion, Pam, but I also need to ask, we don't have anything stating how the deferment, like what the criteria is for the deferment. Is that
Correct.
correct? Like I'm happy to put that in there. I think it's a good thing when residents have a hardship that we have that available to them. But do we have to have criteria spelled out prior to adopting it, or do we?
State statute has the criteria, and I'm trying to pull it up really fast.
Okay. So we would follow a state statute regarding the criteria?
Correct.
Okay, so yeah, I'm fine making that motion. Thank you.
Okay, moved by Counselor Paulson and supported by Counselor Freely. Read the motion back, please, Pam.
Moved by Counselor Paulson, supported by Counselor Friedlieb to adopt the resolution to spread the assessments of Phase 1 of the 2021 Street Improvement Project and to include the state statute for the deferment clause.
Is that correct? Thank you. Moved and supported. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you for your patience with me there. Okay. Now we can move to item number 3.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Item number 3 on the special council agenda, which is the final item on the agenda, is the adopted resolution ordering the repair and removal of hazardous conditions at 601 13th Street North. And for the general public's information, what does this entail?
We do have Christina Nicola, our building official here. If it's okay, I'd like to call her up. She's in the audience.
Yeah, oh, there she is, yes. Christina Nicola, our code enforcement official, excuse me. Christina, could you please give us a little synopsis? Would you turn on the, thank you.
I received a complaint about this property. I went and did an external inspection. The west foundation wall is completely gone, so I'd like to condemn it. Whether he'll have 20 days to the property owner to either repair it or demolish it. Our legal representation advised that we get a resolution to move forward, for me to send the letter and give him the option to appeal my decision or demolish it.
And this resolution will give you that authority moving
Correct.
forward. Thank you. Thank you, Christina. Any questions for Christina? Counselor Freely?
Quick question. So this building is currently uninhabited?
I believe so. Our department had sent a vacant registry letter in July, and we did not hear back whether he wants to be on that list or not. It does sound like he did come to our office at one point or something or another and gave us a letter saying that he wants assistance in demolishing the property. I believe he would like the city, I don't want to speak on his behalf, but I believe he would like assistance with demolishing it.
But there's nobody living in it currently?
I do not believe so.
That would be a concern for me. We would displace somebody before giving them the opportunity to find someplace, but that would be something I'd want to know, like if somebody's living there.
There's no indication that anybody's living there, and part of this would be a notice to vacate too, just in case there is somebody there. If we have to condemn it and serve an order to vacate, the property owner is responsible for relocation of the tenants.
Right, thank
So
you.
then we usually refer the tenant to legal aid, who gets involved and gets this person rolling through that process.
I don't believe it's, but I understand the concern.
Could be squatters in there, but I don't believe it's habited right now.
And we have done this on a number of occasions in the past. So thank you. Thank you, Christina. Any more questions for our code official, Christina Nicola? Counselor Motley?
Well, I don't know if this is to you or to, I guess, the council. I've never been a part of this, but so do we incur the cost of taking this down, or does the property owner?
No, but I do believe the property owner might come and ask for assistance financially.
Okay.
Have that authority. If you wouldn't want to, I don't.
If in the 20 days, if he does not take it down or respond in any which way, then our attorney will file an action that'll allow us to take it down, and then we either try to get the money back through a court action or a special assessment. Usually special assessment's a little better because it's hard to get blood out of a turnip, so trying to get them through court is very difficult, but special assessment at least gives us the property. We usually end up with the land, and then we can try to get our costs back from selling the land to somebody.
Thank you.
And we normally do this in-house, and so it's blight remediation and neighborhood revitalization for the safety and security of the neighborhood. So the costs incurred will be borne by the property owner. If not, we ensure that that property is no longer a danger. So looking for, thank you, Christina. Any more questions for Christina? Looking for a motion to approve and to adopt the resolution ordering the removal of the hazardous conditions at 601 13th Street North, which gives our code official the opportunity to move forward with the remediation of this property.
I'll make that motion.
Councilor Motley makes the motion to approve the resolution and supported by Councilor Beyondich. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Aye, opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. There's no other items on the agenda today. There's no other items of concern listed on the agenda, so we will close the special meeting. It is at 10:50 a.m. We stand adjourned for the special meeting. We'll take, what's that? 9:50. Okay, thank you. We'll adjourn at 9:50. We'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll start the committee of the whole meeting. Thank you, everybody. We stand adjourned for the special meeting. In 5 minutes, we'll resume or start the committee of the whole meeting. Thank you. We're adjourned. At 9:50? Okay, is everyone ready? Once again, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City Council chambers. This is a regularly scheduled Committee of the Whole meeting. We'll call this meeting to order. Today's date is Tuesday, October 17th, 2023. The time is 10:04 a.m. We have a full council present today, so there's no need to take the roll call. And I will turn the agenda over to our City Administrator, Britt C. Bennis. Britt?
Good morning. The first item on the agenda is Mr. Matt Reed from SEH, our engineer of record, regarding a couple of items.
Mr. Reed?
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning.
Good morning.
As you guys have probably seen, there's some activity going on the streets that we had approved to reclaim and overlay, and they're getting close to getting done, actually, so that's encouraging. As we were going through the project on 13th Street, we encountered concrete pavement, old concrete pavement underneath the blacktop. And you may recall, as part of when we put the plans together, we actually had some soil borings done to try to determine what was actually under there. The soil boring, for whatever reason, on that street didn't show concrete. So either they hit a spot where there wasn't concrete or whatever the reason may be, so we didn't anticipate there being concrete there. Well, when they started reclaiming, they found the concrete. And they can't reclaim over the top of concrete. They need a different piece of equipment called a mill. And so that is primarily what this change order is for. I want to point out that the project currently, with the work that's been done, we are actually tracking ahead on the budget, so we're a little bit under where we thought we were going to be, even with the bid. So that's encouraging. They're not quite done yet, but the other thing is we did have a contingency built into the project for unforeseens, and that more than covers this change order. So that's, I guess, my explanation. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Freely?
So it's kind of interesting that if there were soil borings done and there was no concrete that was discovered, what's the extent of the concrete? Like, is it just a little chunk, or is it like an extended piece?
No, they reclaimed a fairly, I don't know, it was 20, 30, 40, 50 feet, something like that, and they experienced it the entire way. So
The entire way?
of the patch that they cut out. So we're assuming that usually when it's like that, it ends up being the entire length of the street. So why the boring didn't hit concrete, I don't know. That's interesting. Sometimes what happens is when the streets were concrete back in the day, they were a certain width. When they paved them or redid them in the more recent times, they widen them. They leave the concrete base in place, they widen them, and so there is a area where it's just blacktop over the top of Class 5. They don't end up extending the concrete. And so if they did the soil boring on the shoulder or near the shoulder of the road, it's possible that was what they hit. I don't know the answer to that, but that's a possibility.
I guess I'm just saying, like, if they find that it's less extensive than they initially thought, would we potentially be reducing the $16,000 increase? Potentially.
At that point, we'd just have them run the mill right through. Because the mills, to have them bring the reclaimer back is going to be even another additional cost. It's a large piece of equipment. It's that great big thing that's grinding up the pavement. And so for them to mold it out and mold it back, that's going to end up costing even more money. The reclaimer's gone. They're done with the reclaiming work. They hauled it off already. So would it still be a savings from the original? Probably, because we wouldn't have to remove as much material and some things like that. So this is at least the way I would recommend that we move forward. I'm thinking they'll get it finished all this week.
And when we bid something like this, Sherry, do we bid to the dollar, or do we include contingency amounts for that? How far are we within that contingency?
So I'm going from memory. The original engineer's estimate was around $400,000. The bid came in under that by I don't know, 40 or 50 grand. We had the contingency based off the $400,000. So we have a very strong contingency remaining in this budget that'll certainly more than cover this.
All right, I'll move the approval of this change order.
Councilor Freely moves to approve the change order as requested, supported by Councilor Johnson. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Next one, Matt's the agreement for professional services for the 18th Street South Culvert replacement. There's the map in the packet.
And as we look at this 18th Street culvert, this is on Highway 53 and 18th Street South, where,
North.
the north side, I'm sorry, excuse me.
I said south, I'm sorry.
By the golf course,
Yes,
yeah.
by the golf course, I meant north.
North, yes. And there's, as you can see, a lot of vehicles, oil pans have scraped that, and there's been some flat tires and some busted U-joints and all kinds of other things, and in conjunction with the state of Minnesota. So one of those culvert issues is on the state property, and the other is on ours. And so, Matt, could you please kind of give us a little synopsis of what we're going to do? And I know there's a third culvert that's being alleviated on the dirt part by our staff, so. Matt?
Sure. Thanks, Mayor. So MnDOT is planning to come through next summer and do a mill and overlay on Highway 53. I can't remember the extent of that, but it is going to go past 18th Street for sure. I believe it's actually going all the way, it might even be going all the way through Virginia. I can't remember for sure, but it is going, anyway, it's going past 18th Street. One of those culverts, as the mayor alluded to, is on MnDOT's right-of-way. They're responsible for it. They are planning to replace it. So they're going to have a contractor on board to replace their culvert. The city is responsible for the other one. So if you go out there and drive it, there's two relatively noticeable humps. Right now, they're actually not too bad. Next spring, they're going to be a lot bigger when the frost gets them. So what we had talked about is if MnDOT's going to have a contractor right there fixing their culvert, now would be the time for the city to fix the city's culvert at that time. So in order to do that, we want to be prepared. We want to have a set of plans that we should be able to just quote this. It'll be a small enough dollar amount that we won't have to necessarily go abroad. And so if we had the plan ready to go, then we could do that. The third culvert that the mayor alluded to is actually crossing it's that gravel, it's a snowmobile trail, there's a drive there. Talking with Jim Rosfit, those guys will do a little bit more exploration. They can do that one themselves at the appropriate time. So the plan is right now, and what's in front of you is just for us to be able to we'll have to do a little bit of wetland, I don't call it permitting, but notification, because there is wetlands in those ditches. So we'll have to do that, get a plan together, and then we'll help get that squared up to construct next summer.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Motley?
I'll move the agreement for professional services for the 18th Street culvert.
Councilor Motley moves to approve professional services agreement for the 18th Street culvert replacement. Is there support?
I'll support for discussion.
Will support by Councilor Johnson. Further discussion, Councilor Freely.
Just checking with Sherry for our professional services line item budget. Where are we at with regard to that for the upcoming year?
I'd have to look into that. Give me about 5 minutes and I'll get you that answer.
Yeah, and well, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I'm just like, do you know that we would be within budget tentatively?
Excuse me. Yes, because we still do have a contingency fund that we've hardly touched, so.
Okay, all right, thank you. So,
Thank you, Councilor Freely. It has been moved and supported to approve the agreement professional services with SCH for the 18th Street culvert repair at North Side. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor. Matt, one quick question. Is this work to be completed in 2024 then, or 2024?
Unless for some reason MnDOT changes their schedule, we're going to want to follow theirs to take advantage of the economies of scale. So assuming they're intending to do it, they're going to bid it in the spring or late winter, we would do it in 2024.
Okay, and then the total here of $9,250, that's payable in this budget year, 2023, to SEH?
Some of it probably, we could get it done, and we would probably, yes, we'd probably get it all done in 2023. We might have a little bit of it into 2024, but,
So the number then would come out of the 2023
Yeah,
budget? Okay,
yep.
thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Paulson. It has been moved and supported. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
And the final item is the update on the petroleum contaminated soils beneath South 14th Avenue West.
And I can handle that one if you'd like, Mayor.
Please, if you would, Matt, thank you.
So some fun stuff here. We were doing a site review of the 14th Avenue project, so down south of Menards. And lo and behold, we open one of the manholes and there's something not quite right leaking into that manhole. And so we need to do a exploration of that to figure out what's going on, figure out what it is. It's some type of an oil. At the end of the day, it may not end up being a real big deal. And there are funding sources that NTS will work with to try to get hopefully the majority of the cost covered. I can't promise anything, of course, but they provided a proposal to get in there and do some exploration and figure out exactly what the problem is or what the extents of it are. And this is a proactive measure. I'm glad we actually saw it. If we just started digging out there and found it, that would have halted the project and we'd have had all kinds of other extraneous extra costs associated with that. So the idea here is to be proactive, figure out what the problem is, figure out a remediation plan, and then when we actually do the work, we can be prepared for it. So the contract in your packet is from Northeast Technical Services to be able to do that research. And there'll be some follow-up once we know more about it.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Councilor Beyondich?
Do you know where it's coming from?
Nope. I have a suspicion, but I don't know for sure.
Could it be leaching from somewhere in the industrial park? Okay, thank you. Councilor Johnson?
Is this a general fund expenditure or is this a sewer fund expenditure? Because it's the sewer.
Is a good question, but I also believe, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, there's petroleum funding if we find out it is.
That will come after the fact where that's a reimbursable account. So once they know a little bit more about it and are able to compile enough information, then we can apply for the petrol fund.
I will move the professional agreement services for 9158.
Councilor Johnson moves to approve the professional agreement with this, regarding this project on South 14th Avenue with Northeast Technical. Is there support?
Right.
Support by Councilor Motley. Further discussion? You know, the public sees, we see all these expenditures are going on in 2023. There's money that we have to allocate for that. But when you discover something that's potentially contaminated, you're required to remediate it, because if you don't, you're looking at some significant sanctions by the authority that regulates that for the state of Minnesota. So we have to get that taken care of, so thank you. It has been moved and supported. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Matt. Britt, before we go, and I apologize for not doing this right in the very beginning, but we had that hearing. Mr. Randy Sturdy is in the audience, and he had proffered a letter to the mayor and regarding his concerns about the library and the funding for the library. And it's a rather lengthy letter. What I would like to do, if I may, is make sure we disseminate this letter to the rest of the council so they have an opportunity to read it. And we'll take a look at that. And should you decide you want to address the council and read it, I would ask if it's amenable to you to come to the council meeting next Tuesday, and you're welcome to come and read it. Would that be amenable to you? Okay, we'll make sure that the rest of the council get this. There is a letter in my box that you put in. I just got it this morning, and so I didn't have a chance to put you on the agenda. So if that's possible, do that, Mr. Sturdy. I'd appreciate that very much. And then we'll make sure that the rest of the council also has this in hand when you address the council on Tuesday. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Okay, next item.
Item number 2 is Pat Wertz from Carl Sanderson, with the first item is a Public Safety Center update.
Okay, here we go.
Morning, everyone.
And Mr. Wirtz, who do you have with you today?
Oh, Carla Ridgway. She's a project manager also with Carl Sanderson.
Thank you very much.
She's always here for moral support.
Yep.
Just kidding. Well, back on August 29th, we received bids for the Virginia Public Safety Project, and they didn't come in overly favorable. We got a lot of bids. Once we compiled everything, we were roughly $4.4 million over budget. So one of the things we've been working on over the last 4 to 5 to 6 weeks is basically going through individual items through all the project, compile the list of where we can basically cut things back. Wold is currently working on also, they met with the chiefs roughly, I think, 2 weeks ago now, to kind of go through and eliminate square foot, combine things to get it down. And then once they compile that list on their blueprints, send it back to us for pricing, then we'll meet with the council to go everybody to get the project back within budget. So there's a few things on that. I mean, it's kind of a combination of a lot of different things of why we got to where we were. But we have a plan to get it back in budget to get the project going forward. So that's kind of the update in a nutshell, but.
Yeah, I just have one question, and I asked this question before, but when when the bids came in over budget, and we anticipated that we're going to be close, but we didn't realize the significant difference between the two. And the work that's been done to cut it by 4.1 million and looking to cut some more based upon your discussions with our staff and the people who are affected by that fire, EMS, police, and others. My question is that when we bid this project, or when we started this project, and if you could just kind of, if you recall, maybe Britt would know, the B3 compliance that's required by the state of Minnesota, the energy requirements. I think at one time it was 60%, then it was 70%, and then maybe it was 80%, and that added a significant cost to have that alternate energy in a project based on the state bonding money that we have. So my question is, are we at 70% B3 or 80% B3?
I actually don't know the answer. That'd be a Wold question. I know we're probably whatever the statute is for the B3 of the state. I don't know if
Yeah,
that's
I know.
80%, but I do know it's pretty strict requirements. For example, I mean, one small example is you have to have 12 inches of topsoil across the entire site. So which adds quite a bit of dollars, and that's just one small item, but.
And the additional solar panels that have to be constructed instead of just on the roof. Wold did explain to us about the ground. There'd be a large ground array as well to meet the B3 compliance. So I would ask staff, or maybe you could find out for us, what is that B3 compliant now based upon construction? Do we have to be at 78%? The reason that is because that really jacks up the cost associated, excuse me, I shouldn't say that word, jacks. It considerably increases the cost associated with that. So I think that we'd like to know that as well, because this is just one of those other mandates that when the project was going on, it wasn't a requirement. Now there's an increase in that requirement, and that added to the challenge of the cost associated with that. And I want to thank you for the hard work that you've done and that Wold's done and our staff has done to try to make that reduction. We look forward to some additional reductions so we get within the budget. So does any, councilors, any other, okay, Mr.
One
Wirtz?
thing on the solar portion of it, so Carl Sanderson has a sustainable manager who deals with a lot of different solar projects. So I've been in contact with him, and there's different grants out there, basically tax credits. So I just got some information this morning. I've not shared it with Britt yet, but I'll be sharing that with her of the process to go back. Essentially, you pay for it up front and you get reimbursed. I think it was up to 30 or 40% for tax credits, to allow for it.
And I think the goal,
programs with it.
and I think the goal and objectives for us is to purchase those solar panels outright instead of part of this budget, so that we can take it, the cost would be less, and we'll be able to take advantage of the tax credits as well, which helps us reduce the budget too. So thank you for that, Mr. Wirtz. Thank you, Mr. Dre. Any other questions or comments from the council with respect to this update? Yeah, I know you continue to work to go even further. Councilor Preedy.
Just for Britt, have we already concluded then the application process to USDA for the allotment we needed for the loan?
Correct, yes.
And there's no way to reapply for an additional amount of monies, or we're limited by percentage of the project, or?
USDA is willing to give us a loan of up to, I believe it's, Sherry walked out, 32 million. So we've got the maximum project amount of the loan. And the way, and this is.
So this is on top of the 32, the 4?
Oh, this part of it. This is all part of this. Yeah, we're going to get back into budget, back to 31.8.
Okay.
And USDA is the funder that comes in after. So we'd have to do interim financing, which includes the state money from the state, bonding money, and then USDA comes in at the very end, and they will not allow any other person to be on the mortgage, only them. So they will pay off the state, they'll wipe out anybody else we have listed on there, and they are the only mortgage holders on that property.
And so those conversations you've had, Pat, with the chief and others with regard to the reductions you'd make on square footage and other aspects of the overall project have whittled it down to that, to
We're getting
remove
there.
them?
We're getting there. So currently, we've identified roughly about $3 million worth of certain things in the inside, whether it's different site improvements. Once we have everything kind of finalized, the dollar amount, we'll have to have probably a special meeting to go through everything to make sure everybody's on board, because there's going to be some concessions we'll have to work with Virginia Public Utilities on, because there's an option to save, for some of the pipe for stormwater, for example, if they're willing to do it. But that's one option where, what we're trying to do, find more savings, go back, because you're not going to accept every single thing we have on the list. I'd be shocked if you did. But, so we're trying to get above that. Ideally, we find roughly probably 5 million, because there's reality, you're not going to find all that. And if we do find that, you can still get yourself a beautiful building. And also, if you have savings there too, you can also have a bigger contingency of, because things are going to come up on the site of certain things, so it protects the city as well.
And so tentatively, from these conversations, you've already had some acquiescence from the chief with regard to these concessions then?
Yes, yep. I know Wold, as I was part of one meeting we had on it with Britt and Counselor Johnson and the chiefs, that was kind of the start of it, and I believe that Wold has had further conversations with the chiefs.
They have. Wild has been talking to the chiefs quite regularly, because they keep coming up with ideas of things they can share, rather than having 2 break rooms going to 1. So it's just small things like that that would be efficient, more efficient than what it is planned.
I mean, I'm just looking at, like, we're not gonna be looking for some other building in town to be able to house,
No, that's been the mantra all along, is the storage needs to stay the same. So
Yeah.
where
To be
else can we
all-inclusive
come down
on
to?
campus.
Yeah, yep.
And so far, we're still on
We're
campus.
still on campus. Like I mentioned, the one biggest change was the entryway. They talked about changing that a little bit. It's always manned anyway with fire departments, so taking out the safe room and just making more of a vestibule that does lock down in case it's needed. Instead of 2 break rooms, going to 1 break room, so I know they want it to be separated, but they're gonna have to come together and have lunch together.
All equipment and operations currently would remain on campus.
Correct. Would be, all apparatus bays are still there.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
So one of the things we've been doing too is, the low bidders on bid day, we've been working with them on getting ideas that they have. So instead of doing a full redesign of rebid the entire thing out, to still work with the low bidders, get them on board, go back, offer the savings, as long as they treat us fair. And most of them, I can kind of tell if they're trying not to give a full credit back, is work with that, get them on board, so then, in a perfect world, we hit the ground running in the spring of 2024. So,
If I may also too, we do have that legislation about the construction material. that
Yes.
Pat and I actually
yeah.
forgot about until
Yeah.
a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, the $2 million allocation for,
well,
There was the
no.
sales tax exemption.
Sales tax.
yep.
It was
We'll talk
not, it
we'll
was
talk
not
about
bid
that.
with the exemption, so we will have to claim the credit.
So that's roughly about a $850,000 value of sales tax, including the project now currently, that the city would get reimbursed, right, Britt? Yep,
We would do a sales and use tax return and get that back
yeah.
under that language.
So the 2 things, we'll go to Councilor Johnson, the 2 things is that we got the tax alleviation on the sales tax for materials, which is around $850,000. In addition to that, in recognition for the potential, because we didn't get as much money they requested in the bonding bill back in the day, because some of that was gleaned for another fire department project on the Iron Range, we could go back to bonding for more money, because once we hit the well for the money, you can't go back for bonding for the same project. But we were able, through our legislative representatives and hard work on a part of our lobbyists and staff, going down to testify to the legislature for a cash allotment of additional funding for this public safety building, and we did receive $2 million of cash allotment for that to help alleviate that a little bit more. So we're getting there. I think we'll move forward with that as we go about. So, Councilor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll just reassure the council that we have really stressed to Wald, okay, he's been very supportive. This is a utilitarian building. It is a building where people need to live in comfort while they're sleeping and not doing 3 fires in a row. Shout out to the fire department, 3 nights, 3 big fires. We don't need fancy glass. We don't need fancy floors. We want a building that's going to work for our public safety folks. And I think they finally heard us about that, when we really are trying to compress and leave in the things that are most important to our staff and not to what makes the building look pretty. So know that I've been that voice and really pounded that into Wald as they've been designing. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor Johnson. Okay, so any other more information on the public safety? We look forward to another appearance by yourself and Wold Architects as to how we're getting within that budget. So we're getting closer.
We do have another item. Pat wants to talk about a change order for site preparation.
Remember back probably 6, 7 months ago, it came back, so, obviously the house demo project already has TNT under contract for doing that. We added the SWIP, so they could put some stormwater prevention in site. So one thing I thought that would help out, because so I'm waiting for a date back from IEA when EnviroBait's gonna start demoing the houses. Last week, I kinda told you it'd be October 23rd. So in order to get that site cleaned up to really hit the ground running is, asking to essentially issue TNT a change order as part of the house demo project. We would take money from their contract that would be part of the new building project and do basically site cleanup, soil corrections, get a lot of the abandoned utilities gone, get the site leveled once they do the houses. So then essentially would sit all winter with basically no hazards. All the pits would be gone, the holes would be infilled, all the trees. So then basically the site would sit over winter flat. Everything, all the roads would be gone. So they'd work on that until essentially freeze up this year. They would not do any utilities, would not do any street patches, those types of things. That would be for 2024.
This is a transfer of funds from one to the other.
Essentially, yes, yep.
So it's not an increase in the overall budget for that, so it's
No.
just transfer to
Absolutely.
allow.
That's the key. It's not an increase in overall budget.
Yes.
It's just moving it from construction to site prep.
Yep, so site, from construction to site prep, thank you. Counselor Johnson, then over to Counselor Paulson. Counselor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is a good idea. It'll look good for the winter, and I think and it'll be safe. My concern, as Councilor Paulson brought up before, is it's really easy to get in there, and it's really easy for people, I won't just put kids, but adults to go there and look. So I'm fully supportive, and for the sake of me moving forward, I'll make a motion that we do the change order to include the clean site before winter.
Yeah, a motion by Counselor Johnson to approve the change order number 2 for the site preparation at the public safety project area. Is there support? By Counselor Freely. Further discussion? Counselor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor. And if I could, can I back up just to the last portion of the discussion? I just want to make, get one question answered regarding the bond payment. So we are starting in 2024, $1 million for the bond payment for the public safety building. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. And then, Pat, thank you for the update. I want to go to the, I guess it's the, I don't know if it's the front or the back, I guess it's the back page, where it's got a listing for, I guess TNT is $1,050,500. And then I just remember like going through this with the Iron Trail Motors Event Center, and I have a huge problem with that 3% additional. And I think we talked about this going forward, that I wanted to have a conversation with anybody who's bidding, because every time it's that copy postage supplies, that's adding $840, mobile phones, $893. The liability insurance, I understand that, but those numbers bother me, and I don't know why they have to be in there when you're going to be doing demo for maybe less than a month. Why do we have to pay those? It's just that little addition that drives me crazy.
I can waive those fees to go back, but as far as the insurance, we can't get rid of that.
Right.
We're bonded through the city, so I can't get rid of that either.
Okay.
So
Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. And then going forward,
I can just,
can
yeah.
we eliminate that from any of the work?
Probably the postage supplies, yes, some of the mobile phones is kind of that is auto allocation.
I mean,
So
I
what-
could buy you a brand new Apple phone for $840, so I mean,
You can write out to Pat Word, send a check. Or take cash, actually. No, I was kidding.
it's just something that I noticed that every time we went through a change order with Iron Trail Motors Event Center, that just stuck with me, and I would like to not have those fees.
I can waive those.
Thank you, Pat, appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor Paulson.
So I'll get that revised and we send that back through, basically clean up those costs on that.
So we have a motion and support for the change order. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Pat.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ridgway.
Yep, bye.
Next item on the agenda is approve the facility use agreement for Stock Biofield 2023-2024 baseball.
So technically, we still own this, correct? Okay, Mr. Silber, Brian Silber, our Park and Rec Director. Brian, good morning.
Good morning. This is a agreement that we have had with the college for several years. It's basically we let them use Stock baseball field for their baseball program. They let us use the college softball field, which is right beside Parkview School for the youth softball program. There's no dollars exchanged. It's use for use. I would ask that, again, the city council approves this agreement. It is basically the exact same agreement that we have had in the years past. It's not in our format. For most of our agreements, it's in the state's format because they have to go with this format of an agreement.
I'll move the approval of the agreement.
Councilor Freely moves to approve the agreement, field use agreement for Stock Field. Is there support?
Support.
By Councilor Johnson. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Brian. Item number 4 is review the letter from the Lyric Center for the Arts regarding the purchase of the building at 516 Chestnut Street.
Thank you.
Sorry, it's 510, yeah, 516. yeah.
Councilor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I do sit on the Lyric Board, but this is a process that we started several years ago, allowing the Lyric to utilize that space for storage and programming, and they do a lot of youth programming in that space, regular Thursday art projects. The Wizard of Oz is coming, the youth version is coming over there, and so this seemed to be the right time to offer to the city to take up the responsibility of utility payments and upgrades with the transfer of ownership to it would be officially the Laurentian Area Community Arts, or it's Cultural Alliance. It's been a while since I've used the official name. And Paul is more than willing to come to answer questions at the regular committee meeting if needed. I had asked that we get the original, whatever that motion was, whenever it was, but they're still looking for that information. And then it would become one less burden on the city moving forward when it comes to maintenance and utilities.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion there somewhere?
I'll make a motion to direct staff to begin the process of transferring ownership to the Laurentian, to the Lyric. Thank you.
Okay, a motion by Councilor Johnson. Is there support?
Support for discussion.
By Councilor Beyondich for discussion, further discussion. Councilor Beyondich.
You. And I had asked earlier if we have the original documents of when that transfer or how that was going to be done. Would those be available before the next meeting to view?
It was just it was a motion that they had asked us that they wanted to start looking at using the building, and there was a motion made for us to start negotiating, and we just never heard back from them about to negotiate. They weren't ready, and now they're ready to.
Okay, because I'm not sure, I know where I work now, they have a board. The board has to vote, and the minutes from that are presented when anything like this would take place, and I was just curious to know if anything like that has occurred.
I don't believe we got their minutes, no.
Is this something the board is all on favor with? Have they voted? Are you on?
Steve's on the board.
I'm on. It was a directive given, and like we give Britt a directive to start, it was the same directive given to Paul, and that's what the letter is the first step in that process.
And that would include the board members that are included on that board? Okay, thank you. And that would be present for the next meeting?
Yeah, we can get something together.
Okay.
The next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Beyondich. It has been moved and supported. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor. So in this letter, it's, they're just saying they're prepared to take over the utility and maintenance costs. But are we working towards an actual sale of or a transfer of the property to the Lyric? Okay, all right, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Paulson. Has been moved and supported. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries.
Item number 5 is Mr. Brian Silver, Parks and Recreation Department.
Once again, Brian, thank you very much. A lot of good information for the public and for us to digest. Welcome.
Thank you. At last or 2 weeks ago's Committee of the Whole and last week's council meeting, you had directed me to reach out to Isaac Sports Group to obtain a quote for them to update the performa that was begun in, actually it turns out it was begun in 2017, but first presented to the city in 2018, then again updated in 2019. I have received that quote. It has come in at $15,000 for them to update that performa. It would be my recommendation to council to receive and file this, and I would be happy to present to the council a updated performa and a comparison of the two existing performas compared to city actual performance in budget, and I could be able to do that at the start of the budget meeting today.
Okay, thank you, Brian. So, in your contact with Isaac Sports Group, and then we'll move over to Councilor Paulson. You shared some information for me this morning on the way up the stairs with respect to who would be conducting that, and what did the Isaac Sports Group say to you?
Well, Isaac Sports Group has found 2 people. Stu is one of them, and they've also reached out to Scott Ellison as the other person. When I was talking with him on the phone about it, Dwayne was the original one who had put together the performa for us back in 2017 and 18. He's since retired. Jokingly, Stu asked if he could hire me as a contractor to put the performa together.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Brian, for reaching out to them. And I feel like what you provided, which is part of that template, the spreadsheet, I think we can move along with that on our own. But I really appreciate you reaching out. I didn't think the number would be that high. So I will move to receive and file, but I have one other issue I'd like to address, that if we have not paid Isaac Sports Group from the past services, that we need to do that. So I don't know if we have a final bill for them or, but I would just say let's remedy that if we do owe them any money. But at this point, I would just make a motion to receive and file.
Or
Moved by Councilor Paulson, supported by Councilor Freely to receive and file the quote from Isaac Sports Group regarding the Iron Turmoils Event Center. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing, hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries. Brian? Britt?
Okay. Next item that is on the agenda for the Park Department is to discuss winter skate shack operations. At last Tuesday's City Council meeting, the council was reluctant to hire a non-revenue generating position, that being at the library, which has gotten me concerned for our public skate shack operations for this winter, as those are also temporary positions that we hire throughout the winter that are non-revenue generating. I do not want to use city resources to advertise and interview, to potentially recommend a position be hired if it is not the desire of the council to fill those positions at this point. While we may not be thinking of outdoor ice skating here today, we did just have a nice freeze overnight. Winter is sadly quickly approaching, and it is normally the week of Christmas vacation or the holiday break from school that we are able to open the skate shacks. As you know, in hiring in the city, it doesn't happen overnight. It's a good month-long process. Typically, we would begin advertising for these positions the beginning of November, which is just a few weeks away. So I'm seeking council's direction as to, do you want to fill these positions, or do we want to, this year, just have outdoor skate rinks with no skate shacks? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brian. I have a question, then we'll go to Councilor Motley. The people that we hire are part-time, and they aren't member of bargaining, are they?
They are seasonal employees. They're not part of the bargaining unit.
Okay.
The bargaining unit does represent them in negotiating their salary or their hourly wage.
Okay, and I think it's important for us to keep these shacks open, but it doesn't necessarily have to be with paid employees. Years ago, there was volunteers that did that. I volunteered and did it 3 nights a week, and so we in Midway, we rotated that out, made sure the shack was open so kids could warm up and do those kind of things. So I don't know if that's an option or not, but keep that in mind as we continue this discussion. Councilor Motley, and then over to Councilor Freely.
Yeah, I would like to see these open too. I was actually had the same question as you about, well, frankly, the benefits, but, so yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Motley. Councilor Freely.
I'm assuming these have already been budgeted for 23, 24.
Correct.
Okay. And what's the cost of that, approximately?
I want to say it's around $15,000 for the winter is what we have budgeted for skate shack attendance.
And it's for Midway, Ridgewood, and
Jefferson.
Northside.
Yes, Northside Jefferson Park.
Okay. Yeah, I strongly encourage us to continue to have a warming shack available with a supervisory adult in that position as well. Otherwise, it'd be the first time in my 66 years that wasn't available to the youth in this community. And anywhere we can get the youth together actually with one another, off their phones, doing things like playing hockey and skating, I think is absolutely critical to the development of the youth in this community. So I'm all in favor of finding these people to supervise accordingly.
Thank you, Councilor Freely. Councilor Johnson.
I'm going to play the devil's advocate and struggle with staffing outdoor arenas for youth who are physically abled and other folks when we are not filling a budgeted position at our library, which is going to benefit many more people at much longer hours. So at this time, I think that if we're going to cut a position, which we have at the library, then we should be looking at where else we can save money with other departments as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Johnson. So in discussing the winter shack operation, there's not a request for a motion here, but you're going to want an answer from us as soon as possible. So I would like to see us, we're cutting and freezing salaries or freezing other positions higher. We cut temporarily a library position, deferred that till we figure out what the budget is going to be in December, just to verify we didn't eliminate the position, we just cut it from the budget for right now until we can figure out what's going on. And so with respect to the skating shack personnel, if we don't hire people to do it, I'm comfortable with that. But at the same time, if we have the latitude to get volunteers to which to do that, because the citizens from this community have stepped up to the plate in many other areas. This is just another one. I know we did have a volunteer that was willing to open up that Jefferson rink as long as they needed it. He lives right there. So getting volunteers to do that with no cost to the city, with deference and respect to the other positions that we're deferring, that would be my goal. Is to my perspective is to have us somehow seek volunteers for those for the winter. I know maybe sometimes they'll be open, sometimes it won't be, but they need a place to warm up. You can't, and it's somebody to supervise if the kids are there by themselves. So thank you. Councilor Beyondich.
Thank you. And I had the same thought, is I know that during the summer, when we had numerous calls about the dandelions, parents were willing to mow, but we couldn't allow that. So I'm kind of on the same wavelength, is if we have interested parents or adults to man these shacks for the skating, is that something we'd be able to do? We would. Is that something we could explore?
I think it's something we should look at, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Beyondich. Counselor Paulson?
Thank you, Mayor. Are we being asked to take action today, or can we wait until we have budget discussions to maybe revisit this situation?
I think we can defer. I know that normally you send out applications to First Skating Shack in November, but if we have to delay that, we can certainly do so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Britt?
Brian, the last one is the contract discussions with a tennis professional.
I was good. Could I ask?
Oh, yeah, please, Counselor Freely, go back.
So $15,000-ish for your budget for these personnel to be in the shacks?
Yes.
What else would you use that money for if you had to?
We could potentially look at diverting that money to our summer seasonal staff, hiring additional summer seasonal staff, or trimming that out of the budget altogether to lessen the levy. What I'm hearing from the council is to evaluate the possibility of having them volunteer run, so I'll put together a pro and con list of that to make a recommendation with that. And
You're okay with being the one that's going to be seeking the volunteers then? Or would you want some other entity to do that?
I think since it would be putting people in city buildings, it would be best for those volunteers to run through our park department.
Okay, thank you. And one quick question. So if we get volunteers to work on there, you set a schedule and all those kind of things, and so get all that together for us and have that available to us. If we would probably likely advertise or put on our Facebook page or put it on our website or whatever the case may be to try to accomplish that goal and objective. So, Counselor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Brian, will there need to be training in safe sports since this is a youth kind of thing? What kind of expectations would be of those volunteers?
That was one of my first thoughts as we were discussing this, is I don't know if they would have to become safe sports certified, but we would definitely want to follow the safe sport guidelines on our end of background checking any of these volunteers that will be working with the kids. And the safe sport certification is a simple online resource that you can go through to learn those things. So it may be something that we will consider implementing for any volunteer to go through, that they have to become safe sport certified.
Thank you.
And have to have the ability to call 911 in case of an emergency, right?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, anything else?
If there's nothing else, moving on to 5C, Dave Gunderson, the tennis professional at the Tennis for All building, has reached out to us to request to open his contract for negotiation. His contract expires on December 31st of this year. So I'm seeking council's approval to begin discussions with him on a new contract.
So moved.
Move to approve by Counselor Johnson, supported by Counselor Freely, to approve Brian Silver Parker to begin contract negotiations with the tennis professional. Is moved and supported? Is there any further discussion? Yeah, Counselor Freely.
As it comes to the revenue generation out of that facility, do we come close to breaking even on the costs incurred for having Dave involved?
The Tennis for All board has really stepped up their game here this past year. They've become a lot more involved with Dave. I have seen a tremendous increase in revenue projection, pride that the tennis players or the tennis community is showing in that facility, their desire to make that a successful operation. I know the Tennis for All board really desires to see that facility operate at $0 deficit. So that is what their goal is, which is also the city's goal for it. And I think they're getting closer and closer to that each and every year.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor,
Our finance director from my
I'd like
far
to be
right.
included in on these discussions and negotiations with this professional.
I didn't hear you what you said.
I'd like to be included with Mr. Brian Silver in the discussions and negotiations with this professional.
Very good, thank you. As the human resource director, you should be.
As a finance director, I'd like to be.
I stand corrected, as a former counselor would say. Okay, thank you. Okay. So it has been moved and supported. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Aye, opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Item number 6.
Thank you, Brian.
Item number 6 is review the contract for service for the Mesabi Humane Society, which expires on December 31st, 2023. And Pam had just sent you an email with the copy of that agreement.
What is the total annual allocation for that facility? Is it $47,000 a year, right in that area, or
41.
what is it, Sherry?
I had it budgeted at $47,415, but that included some retirees, so let me back that out. It'd be $42,330 is what I budgeted.
How much?
$42,330.
Okay, thank you. And we have representatives from the Mesabi Humane Society. If you please identify yourselves for the record, to that light to green. There's a mic to green, and please identify yourself and welcome to the committee home meeting.
Much. I'm Linda Scott. I am the board chair for the Mesabi Humane Society for this year.
I'm Mary Stocco. I'm the shelter manager.
Okay, thank you. May I have anything to disseminate to us?
My apologies to Pam. My computer spammed her for the contract, so she just got it just now. We met last night and looked at this contract. So we're asking for an increase to, this last year, I think you guys paid us $42,700 for the year. We're asking for $45,000. As everybody who's a pet owner is aware, the cost of veterinarian care, food, all of that has risen. Our numbers have gone up tremendously. We're getting a lot of surrenders from people because they can't afford the animals any longer. We had quite a few animals from Second Avenue this year. After the houses were empty, they didn't take the pets with them. So it's the same thing every year, guys. It absolutely is. It's all about trying to find homes for these animals and keep our costs as low as possible. You guys don't have our financials. If you'd like them, I'd be happy to get them for you. We pay our employees very little compared to what they do for us with these animals. We currently sit with 60-plus cats in the shelter right now. 80. We're up to 80. See, that changes on a daily basis almost. And about 12 dogs. We've seen a huge number of dog increases from people throughout the city. We work with the City of Virginia. We work with City of Mountain Iron. They've accepted their contract. Gilbert and Biwabic. And St. Louis County, who we're talking to right now with the commissioners. And of course, it comes down to money. We understand that.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions. First, I haven't seen your financial. I don't think we've seen your financials, number one, and I know that there's been a request for you to provide monthly or quarterly, information about your services. We have received anything in calendar year 2023. I haven't seen anything come from there, any information disseminated and what kind of service you provide, Virginia. And what is how many dogs you're pet? We don't have any of that statistical data at all. And my second question would be, we allocated $42,330, right around there. So what do the other communities pay you for the same level of service?
Well, none of them would be the same level because it's based on what their needs are and what their volume is. But Virginia is by far our largest volume, that's for sure. They pay, the city of Mount Iron is paying $25,000 this year. The city of Gilbert and Biwabic, where we get very little out of them, and I'm talking less than 20 a year.
So your overall budget revenues from the cities is how much was the total?
About 37% of the city is the city contracts of our revenue.
So 30% of our city contract is revenue for you?
No, 37% of all of the cities and the county. County is our second largest.
Okay, so what is your overall monetary budget? How much money do you collect from the various communities as a whole?
Now you're going to make me do math, Larry, without thinking. I'm going to say probably about, and this is just a guess, somewhere about $125,000.
About $125,000. And of that $125,000, the city of Virginia has allocated about $42,000. Okay, thank you. Council? Questions? Comments? Councilor Motley?
I just want to say thank you guys for what you do over there. I'm kind of curious about the financials too, but percentage-wise, out of the area you cover, which I don't really know the whole area, but what percent would you say was Virginia?
Boy, I wouldn't be, we cover for the entire county about 6,800 square miles. So what's Virginia's miles?
19. And we're the largest.
They're the largest contributor. Yeah.
Okay. I know we're definitely talking budget and everything, but when I hear that we're the largest for you and we all know everything is increasing, for me personally, it looks like, what's it, roughly about 2,700 we'd be paying more for, if I did the math, roughly, give or take $2,700. Do you think we could find the $2,700, Sherry?
Sherry?
Yeah, I actually came up with around 2670, so you're close, very close. Yes, I do think we can.
I feel this is a very important service, and I thank you guys for what you do. So for me, are we needing to make a motion to approve the request for $45,000 today, or is this?
You could make a motion to approve. It would be, we go to the city council for final approval. We haven't seen the financials, so I think it'd be wise to see those as well, but you're welcome to make a motion.
I would like to make a motion to approve the request for $45,000 contingent on seeing the financials for next week's city council, please. Thank you, Mayor.
Moved by Councilor Motley. Is there support? Is there support? Is there support? A motion fails for lack of support. Pam?
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to state that it is a 3-year contract, and next year would be $45,000. And I did email it to everybody, so you could maybe review it before the next council meeting, as it'll be on the agenda again. But it is due December 31st, so you do have some time also.
So the expiration of the contract is December 31st. You sent the financials to all of our emails for us to consider moving forward, and it was $45,000, correct? For the first year. Okay, thank you. Councilor Motley?
Would we have a chance to revisit this then next Tuesday night with the financials attached?
We could make the motion now to move it forward and to review, Final approval comes at the council meeting, or we can make the decision then. So either way.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to what you just said. You said it great.
I'll make a motion to move the contract forward for further discussion with
The financials
with the
attached.
financials attached. Give us a chance to review.
If I could make that motion, please.
Okay, that's a motion by Councillor Motley. Is there support?
Support for discussion.
Support by Councillor Johnson for discussion. Further discussion, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you both for being here. What does the county contribute dollar-wise?
Not enough.
Okay, I'd like a figure, please.
The current contract with the county is $23,000 a year,
And I would like.
which is unacceptable. Okay?
And I guess that would be my mind is thinking is that we should be doing a percentage of what the county does. The county is huge. We're paying twice as much as they do for 18 square miles as opposed to 600 square miles. Both of my dogs are rescues, both of them. I get it, but we're not hiring people in this room, and I understand, and I also have concerns about our bang for our buck. I know you all work hard. I know you do what you can with what you have, but I think there needs to be some balance and some proportion to what we're doing. So I'm not comfortable, other than bringing it forward for more information to the Tuesday meeting, recommending any spending at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Johnson. It has been moved and supported to move this to the council meeting for review with the financials attached for next Tuesday. Further discussion, Councillor Motley.
Have you reached out to the county to see if they'd be willing to contribute more?
Yes. We're currently working with a couple of the commissioners. And how the county, just so you're aware, so you have better knowledge, how the county pays us is per animal. And again, it varies every year depending on per animal. We get a base admin fee of $8,000 and they pay us per animal, and it's a very small amount. We're now in negotiation with them saying that just doesn't work. We can't continue to take in these animals and go get them and care for them at what we're getting paid. It just doesn't work for us. But again, when I say the city pays the majority, which they do of that amount, they also give us the majority of the animals that we have to deal with.
Does St. Louis County contract out to Contented Critters as well?
Yes.
So they have two contracts, one with the Mesabi Humane Society and the other with Contented Critters.
Correct. And I just spoke with the manager over in Hibbing, and they are trying to get a contract with St. Louis County. We can discuss this next Tuesday, but, we'll be discussing our jurisdictions as well.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Councillor Beyondich.
Can I ask one more thing? Sorry, I was still
Well, I
not quite done yet.
I apologize, Councillor Motley.
Sorry, Councilor Beyondich. I'll
We'll
be
go
quick.
back to Councillor Beyondich. Councillor Motley.
If you end up talking to the county before next Tuesday, can you present us back the information on that for next Tuesday night?
Absolutely, and if anybody has any pull with the county, please let us know.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Motley. Councillor Beyondich.
You. And thank you for coming. As we're going through this whole budget, personally, just for me, I just want to stop until we work through our whole budget process, and digest some of this information that just came forward. But I do appreciate everything you've done. I've picked up animals myself and called and brought them over to you, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beyondich. So it has been moved and supported to move this to the next council meeting next Tuesday to discuss this contract with the financials being considered. That has been emailed to us by our city clerk. So is there any further discussion? Anything more you want to add?
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. We do realize how that money is tight everywhere. We do get that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Moved and supported. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Item number 7 is review the city financial reports for September.
Okay. Financial reports for the month of September. We've all had a chance to take a look at those financial reports. Does anybody have any questions, comments regarding the month of September? Sherry, anything?
No, sir, I sent this out earlier and had requested any questions in that.
Okay, thank you.
Received none.
All right, thank you. Let's take a moment. I have the opportunity to review. I didn't see anything that was that stood out. That was a pretty basic financials regarding that. So if anybody else has any other questions or concerns about the financial, we'll give a minute or two here to take a review. I appreciate you putting this stuff together for us to review each meeting, Sherry. It's important to us to keep our thumb on the pulse of every week we have a financial to take a look at. So thanks for emailing it to all of us and have us have the opportunity to take a look. It's not just the bill run, it's the financials as well. So that is helpful to us as we move forward. Okay, does anyone have anything they'd like to disseminate with respect to the financials for September? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next item. Is there anything else, Britt?
Next item is under other items of concern. It's a continuation of the special committee of the whole meeting from October 10th regarding budget.
Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is item 8, which is the continuation of the special committee of the whole meeting from October 10th, 2023 regarding the budget. And we are on item 2C, which is the Iron Trail Motors Event Center. So that's where we left off. Questions, Councillor Motley?
I know we had talked briefly about the city administration pay, but could we backtrack to that?
Sure, certainly.
As you guys know, I like to kind of go back to Hibbing sometimes on things, but I was just kind of randomly this weekend thinking about, and this is nothing personal to our city administrator, I'm just randomly reached out to 3 different communities in regards to city administration pay and populations. So I always like to use us and then go to larger towns with larger populations. So I reached out to the city of Grand Rapids, obviously Hibbing again, and then the city of Hermantown. And the council, which I think most of us are in favor for, we aren't getting those special meeting pays, whatever that was, like $30 or something. But I wanted to look at the city administrator and what they're making. So I just want to give out some numbers. So randomly, Hibbing, as we all know, over 16,000 people, taxpayers. Their city administrator is on track to make $151,407.92, twice the population of Virginia. Our city administrator, with our population currently at a little over 8,200 and declining, is set to make in '24 in the budget $150,795. So half the tax base, right on track, minus a little over $1,000 with the city of Hibbing. Then I went to the next largest town, Grand Rapids. Population 11,283. That's roughly 3,000 more taxpayers than the city of Virginia. Their city administrator makes $134,430. So 3,000 more taxpayers, and they are making $16,000 less than our city administrator. And then the next town that I reached out to was Hermantown, also larger than Virginia. Their population, 10,221. So roughly 2,000 more taxpayers than the city of Virginia. They're currently working on their pay for their city administrator, but their bottom line for their contract is $110,000. The cap being $140,000. And again, their population is 2,000 more taxpayers, and their city administrator will be under ours. So I think that is also, if we're talking about everything in the budget, I think we need to look at, do we have caps on what our city administrator is making when our taxpayer base is so much less than 3 larger communities?
Well, historically, and I'll let Britt answer because it's directly directed to her personally and professionally, we have tied the city administrator and the finance director and the other at-will employees, for the lack of a better term, to what the MAPE contract settles for. Britt?
I also strongly encourage you to look at their total staffing. Many of them have deputy finance directors, HR directors, assistant city administrators. So you really have to look at the whole model versus what they have versus what we have. Not just, it's hard to compare apples to apples. I do know if you were to look at White Lakes, Wabick, Aurora, they're very similarly waged where we are because they don't have that extra staff either. So it's easy to stand outside and look and see what everybody, what we make here. And like the mayor mentioned too, our resolution that we pass every year that the MAPE contract is renewed is where you give us the raise. You certainly don't have to ever give me a raise. You guys can vote that resolution down. That's fine. That's up to you. But I do beg that you do look at the full staffing model, not just one person.
Yeah, and I can understand that. It was just something that came up, and it seems...
Like in Grand Rapids, I do know they have they have a city clerk, a finance director, a HR director, all separate positions that work in City Hall. We have 2 that do that.
And I
all of
understand that their economy is a little different over there too, but, okay. Thank you. It just, in my head, I just see taxpayers, with us being the smallest, and I understand what you're saying, and it's like not a personal thing, it's just, it seems like with the smallest tax base out of cities I reach out for information, we have the most.
And I really encourage, and I will get this information, there is a thing called the salary survey from the League of Minnesota Cities, that we can find every city in Minnesota that's the exact same size as us, and then do the actual comparison with cities the same size.
Yeah,
What is
this isn't
everybody
like a
making?
personal attack,
No,
but no, I
I'm just-
appreciate it, it's just.
And it would be good for
info.
everybody, they haven't had a salary survey in a couple of years because the league didn't have a company to do it, but now they have it, and that's what we use for negotiations. When the staff comes to us and asks us for wage increases, we bring up that information and say, but every other park and rec worker in the city this size is making this, so why do you think you need to make more? And so it is information we should get, and we'll get that to you, so you have that too, so you can compare.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Motley. Thank you, Britt. Any other questions regarding this matter? Councilor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. And Britt, I appreciate you bringing it up, because that's what the questions I asked is, what does the other administrative team look like in those communities? What are their positions? What are they paying those other positions? I know there's a position in Hibbing that we had, when we had it open, was asked around, would you be willing to come work for the city? And that person informed us that there was no way we could afford them in that position. And it is a position that we have currently filled with somebody else. So I think it's also important to really look at what other cities have for income and tax base. Are they developing? What kind of big box stores do they have within their square mileage? What services do they contract out? If we're going to be comparing, we really need to ask all of those questions. What does it look like on a snowfall on a night, on a major snowstorm in those other cities? What does that staffing look like? When are they being plowed? To compare us to anybody, even the other small cities of 8,000, it's different. We're our own entity. We're a home charter city. There's 10 of us in the state, and most of them are bigger than the city of Virginia. So I would just, as we're moving forward, I guess that Britt, that you're willing to do that research and find out what that is, I think helps me to make a better informed instead of just throwing some numbers around. You know, Mountain Iron is a small population, or Hibbing, Mountain Iron is one of those, is the biggest city in Minnesota. I can't remember which one it is. But that doesn't mean anything because most of it's rural. There's places that have zero government and they rely totally on the county. Those folks are still living, they're still getting services, but what's that look like? So I just really want to be cautious of doing comparisons and making sure we're having adequate, comparable numbers. You know, Sherry wears 3 hats. One of them being the safety director, and that never gets mentioned because we don't use it very often, but it is still something she does. Other communities have safety people, and that's the only job they do. So just want to make sure that I'm voicing my concern about the comparisons, and really let's focus on Virginia and what we can do within our city limits. And again, the tax base, we've had the opportunity to increase our tax base several times this year, and we have chosen to not do that. So that's the other way to help with this as we move forward, is to allow new development, new buildings, folks coming to live here who are going to drive to Hibbing because they want to live in Virginia instead of Hibbing. That happens a lot too. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Johnson. So before we move on to the items where we left off, which would be the Iron Terre Moise Event Center, are there any more questions or comments about the issue with respect to administration? Okay, seeing none. Britt, I believe we're at item 2C, where we left off, is the Iron Terre Motors Event Center. Is that correct?
Yeah, and we may want to go back up to tennis too, just because we really briefly just touched on the tennis.
Okay, please
building,
do.
If that's
Okay,
okay.
we're on 2B, the Tennis for All.
Page number?
If you still have your
2B.
packet from last meeting, the October 10th meeting.
Tennis for All, under Special Revenue Funds.
Yep.
2B,
Here.
this sheet.
Be page 37 is where we start with special revenue funds. Yep.
Very good, thank
It
you.
looks like this.
Does anybody need that?
The October 10th meeting, correct. You can find your agenda from October 10th.
Okay, thank you. You want to email it out quickly? I don't need it, well, I'm fine, I have it.
The Tennis for All, we are budgeting that $69,650, and we do, Sherry and I have seen a renewed vigor from the tennis board on new ways, new ideas, new thoughts, and Brian is here also if Brian wants to jump in on ways to increase revenue at the building. So we do think that they could do it. They could get there. They are going to a new annual membership with card access, so they'll have a card reader on the door. Members will be able to go in basically whenever they need to. They won't need us to be there to do that, which will cut us costs too. We don't have to have staff there. They can go in when they want to. So we do not anticipate having to transfer anything into the Tennis for All at this time. Yeah, yay.
Thank you, Britt, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Any questions? Okay, item 2C, the Iron Terre Motors Event Center.
Iron Trail Motors Event Center. It is planned for $1 million transfer in from the general fund, and that goes back to the recreation department, which lives in the general fund, paying for the employees that we reallocated in 2021 from recreation to Iron Trail Motors Event Center. We have worked with the staff and pared the budget down, increased some revenue information to get them to hopefully a point of where they will have a revenue of $4,470. In today's packet, I think the Iron Trail Motors Event Center was in that today's packet. on page,
So would it be prudent for us, as we're looking through this, to bring up our Park and Rec Director?
yes.
Brian Silber, who oversees the entire Park and Rec Department, including the Iron Trail Memorial Event Center. Here in the audience as well is two of his management staff. So welcome, Jim Hunt and Brianna Coughlin. Thank you very much for coming. And Brian has some interesting statistical data to impart to us, both from a historical perspective and a current day perspective. Brian?
Well, how would you like me to proceed at this time? I do have information from the Isaac Sports Group Performa put together that I could present to you at this point. What is the desire of the council?
Go ahead and present your financials and your ideas moving forward and some of the changes that you're making with respect to your staff. And then we'll be taking a look at the financials, and we may have some questions for you after.
Very good. I do have the presentation
I'm
for...
sorry. Hang on just a sec. Was it Councilor Paulson, what?
I didn't mean to interrupt, but I think, remember at the last meeting, we didn't have the ITMEC budget financials. Could we, while he's presenting, if we could get that, because what's in the packet is the September financials.
Correct.
Not the 24 budget proposed numbers. So
Okay, very good.
if Britt could do that.
Sure. Well,
And
thank
then
you. Yeah,
I
thank
think
you.
Brian's got a great presentation.
Yeah, okay.
Did you just send that? But has it changed since they discussed numbers? Okay.
That's okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yep, thank you, Councilor Paulson. We'll just take a couple of minutes. They'll pass out some information that will be disseminated for us with respect to the Iron Trail Memorial Event Center, and Britt will run those the financials for them, and then we'll, once we receive those, we'll begin a presentation by our Park and Rec Director. So if you want to just take 5 minutes, and then we'll come back once we have all the information. So we'll just take 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Jim.
dinner.
I should have brought a lunch.
I think that would fall under the miscellaneous budget.
Okay, we're back from a break. We're going to resume the budget discussion as part of this committee of the whole meeting. And we have today a presentation that's being made by our Park and Rec Director, Brian Silber. Some information has been disseminated to the council and to the general public. So let's begin. Brian?
Thank you, Mayor. I've passed out 2 packets here in the council chambers to everybody. One of them I will not be referring to today. That would be the smaller packet. That is copies of both of ISG's previous performas, both the 2018 performa and the 2019 performa. What I will be referring to for the duration of my presentation is the PowerPoint presentation that I have here. For those of you in TV land or YouTube land, hopefully you are able to see that presentation also. I will have copies of this available at the Iron Trail Motors Event Center for any member of the public that would like either one of these packets. So let's get started. The goal for this presentation for me is to take the 2018 performa from Isaac Sports Group, the 2019 performa from Isaac Sports Group, and compare it to actuals of how the facility has been performing. I also want, because it's how my mind works, and sorry, you're going to have to work with how my mind works in this presentation, is to tie in the city budget to the ISG performa. When I look at the ISG performa and I look at the city budget, they are both speaking English, but one of them is speaking with a British accent and using the British slang. The other is using Northeast Minnesota language. So my goal is to mesh the two of those performas and actual budget together so that it makes sense in my non-finance director mind. So I'm dumbing it down a little bit so that I can understand it. I hope that is helpful for you. The third thing I want to do is, as we go through all of these comparisons, is to identify reasons for the differences in the performas and the performance. And finally, I want to present an updated performa moving forward. So we will move and get started as the computer is lagging here to page 3. Maybe. All right. So there we go, the ISG revenue performa, and if somebody can hit the advance to page 4, we're going to start with revenue because the city budget starts with revenue at the top of all of our budget reports. So we're going to start here with the revenue. Now, the Isaac Sports Group performa broke both revenue and expenses into many different categories. So what I have done in these charts that you see here is cut and paste the Isaac Sports Group. So as you can see in the chart that we have here, the first column is category. Then I have the next column is the 2018 ISG performa, followed by the 2019 ISG performa, followed by what we physically did in our first year of operation. Then we have then the next column is the 2018 ISG performa for year 2, the 2019 performa for year 2, and our projected year end for year 2. Now, I will tell you, I did a very bad accounting practice in coming up with the projected year-end budget there. I took what we had done through the end of August and took that and averaged it out. That number is not going to be spot on. Do not hold me to that number for revenue or for expenses. I didn't want to do a deep dive. Utility costs are different from month to month, so these numbers are not going to be 100% accurate. It is to give us a ballpark. This is what we're on pace to get to. So if we look at our first area of revenue, Isaac Sports Group, their first area of revenue was fitness. The fitness center, we were originally contracted with the YMCA to provide fitness services at the event center. With the YMCA closing their doors here on the Mesabi Iron Range, we ended up taking over that operation in the fourth quarter of last year. In our budget, we just sell fitness center passes. The Isaac Sports Group pro forma showed drop-in passes. We also, to date, have not been running city programs or sport camps through our budget, whereas both of the pro formas from Isaac Sports Group showed a potential for generating revenue for both fitness programs and sport camps. So altogether, you see that their pro formas, year 1, 6,500. In their 2019 pro forma, they said we should be generating 75,000. That's primarily due to the fact that they were assuming that we would be operating the whole fitness center and generating all the revenue from the fitness center, which we didn't start doing until the fourth quarter. You'll see we are more online. Year 1 actual for us was $13,500. Year 2 projected end is around $45,000. So if we can go to our next slide, slide 5, revenue for the ice arena and rentals of the ice arena. The city budget does not differentiate between user groups for ice rentals. The Isaac Sports Group pro forma did differentiate between that. So you'll see on the very far left-hand side, I have put the city revenue codes on these charts for what they are tying into. So we have the school district use fees, which they were saying the school should be paying us $80,000 a year for ice time only. That is not our agreement with the school. Youth hockey should be paying us $45,000 a year for ice time. That is not what youth hockey pays us. Junior hockey franchise, they said we would be getting $80,000 a year from a junior hockey franchise. Last time I wandered through the building, we don't have a junior hockey franchise calling our facility home. Figure skating club, since it's a city-run program through the recreation budget, they put nothing in there. And ice rentals, they put in $31,000 for, or $38,000 or $31,000. Then for dry floor events, they have money in there for dry floor events. They did say for the dry floor events that we would be charging $100 an hour for the arena floor. If you remember here a few weeks ago, we just approved new rental rates for throughout the facility, and our new rental rate is it goes up to $1,500 for a dry floor event per day. So we are making some adjustments in that. You go back to the Miners Memorial Building for a dry floor event, I believe we were charging $250 a day for a dry floor event. So you can see how we are doing revenue-wise there. When we go to the next slide, slide 6, for revenue for the multi-sport and play spaces. They had projected in Performa number 1 that our multi-sport and play spaces would generate $42,500 a year. Performa number 2, they took that out of there. They took it out of there because we took it out of there. We don't have an indoor playground. We don't have rental space for multi-sport training throughout the facility. So you will see year 1 actuals, we didn't generate any of that money because it's not there. We can't generate money on parts of the building that don't exist. Moving on to page 7, revenue from events and tournaments. They had proposed many different things, the birthday parties that we do offer. They had proposed revenue generating from classroom and functional space rentals in the ice arena portion of the building. If somebody could advance, thank you. So we don't have those classroom spaces in the arena side of thing. They had also have money in there for event sale commissions, food concessions junior hockey, overall, and whereas we just put it as general concessions. And then they also have a catering package sales and vending as some revenue. So we have no classroom space outside of the event center, so we don't have these spaces that they're referring to. We do not have event sale commissions. What they're referring to in that is when Rockridge Youth Hockey Association is holding a tournament in our facility and they are selling tournament merchandise, that we are getting a kickback from every sale that they make. We don't do that. So we don't tell Rockridge Youth Hockey Association or the high school, if you are selling merchandise in the building, give us 10%. That's just not been our business model. And then for us, concessions and vending both fall under the same revenue line. Moving on to page number 8, revenue, sales, and memberships. Here is another good line that Isaac Sports Group gave us projecting revenue for in both of their performas that we don't generate revenue in. The first one be retail skate rentals and sharpenings. We had made the determination with the council that we were not going to have a skate sharpener. We were not going to buy hundreds of pairs of ice skates and do a ice skate rental program. We wanted to support our existing city private businesses that already provide this service. We have one of these businesses essentially right down the block from us that rent skates both daily, monthly, annually. They also provide skate sharpening services. The other thing that Isaac Sports Group put in here was walking track drop-in fees. They were projecting that we would generate anywhere between $6,000 and $13,000 from walking track fees. City Council had made the decision that the walking track should be an amenity that is open to the public at no charge. Therefore, we don't generate any of the revenue from that. Moving on to our next page, page 10 or page 9 in the presentation, event center revenue. So Isaac Sports Group has room rentals. For our budgeting purposes, we broke that down a little bit more. We have ballroom rental, boardroom and meeting room rental, kitchen rental, and rental of ancillary items. Isaac Sports Group also said that we should have revenue from catering, catering net revenue. They were projecting that we would have an agreement with a caterer and we would get a kickback from that caterer for all catering services. As a city, we made the determination that we would open up the catering opportunities to any licensed caterer in the state of Minnesota, as long as they had the Minnesota catering credentials so that it wasn't just one business or the city that was benefiting from this facility, but it opened it up to all the caterers in our area that were able to cater as long as they have the appropriate license. That is great from a sales perspective, because if you really want this caterer to be the caterer for your event, you can have that caterer. You're not tied to Brian making you chicken strips or tetrazzini or something like that. We've really opened up the possibilities for our customers in what they can choose as far as a caterer. But we've also do not have a way to recapture any of that money. Then liquor sales net revenue, their projections were a lot higher than what our actuals are. So moving on to page 10 for sponsorships, we include naming rights, dasher boards, and in-ice logos in our sponsorship line. We also have a couple of other lines that Isaac Sports Group did not think that we would have. We have an agreement in place with one of our vendors that they give us a yearly check just so that they are the sole vendor for our facility for that particular product. That would be Coke. So we're a Coke facility, not a Pepsi facility. We also receive what I will call rebates from some of our concession stand suppliers. This revenue goes into the food and beverage commissions. So you can see we have far outperformed Isaac Sports Group's performa in this area. So if we want to combine all of these things together, I think it is only fair that we remove the things that are not there. Would you agree with me that if we don't have the ability to gain this revenue, to really see what the Isaac Sports Group's 18 and 19 performance should have been using our 2020 hindsight? So moving on to page 11, I am proposing that we remove the fitness program and sport projections, that we remove the junior hockey revenue projections, that we remove the event classroom space, sale commission, and junior hockey concessions from the arena side, that we remove skate rental and walking track revenue, that we remove catering net revenue, and we also, in the Isaac Sports Group performa, they have the city sales tax that's paying off the bond. To clean this up in Brian's head, and since the city budget doesn't have the sales tax bond included in this building, I'm kicking all of those things out of here just so we can talk about this building and clean it up for my simple mind. So moving on to page 12, we get to our adjusted facility revenues. Now, there are two charts on this page here. The top chart shows the 2018, 2019 year one projections with those things removed. The bottom chart, I have simplified it for even further, and I've taken the higher dollar amount from the Isaac Sports Group performas, and we're going with the higher dollar amount, because in revenue, you should always go for the highest goal in projecting revenue. Couple of things that struck me in doing simple math from these numbers. In year one, our facility earned 121% of the projected revenue that was available to us from the Isaac Sports Group performa. We outperformed the Isaac Sports Group performa in revenue. Yay us. In year two, we are on pace to earn 123% of what Isaac Sports Group projected for us to earn in year two. This is great news. So when you guys keep asking me, how are we doing in meeting the Isaac Sports Group projections for revenue? We're exceeding them. We're spot on. This is where the good news ends. this was my time to brag. This was my time to feel good. I hope we all have the warm fuzzies, because now we move to page 13 and page 14, which would be our expenditures. So if we'll go on to page 14, you will see again I have created the same spreadsheet, or taken the Isaac Sports Group same spreadsheet, same format. We've got the 2018, 2019, year one actuals, and then year two projections from 18 and 19 and projected end. Now, starting in utilities, Isaac Sports Group broke down utilities by sections of the ballroom, or by sections of the building. The city doesn't. We get one utility bill in and we pay it. Yes, I could do the math and break it out, but for this exercise, I'm keeping it simple, stupid. So breaking it down as best as I can, Isaac Sports Group had projected $580,000 in projection 1, $327,000 for utilities in projection 2. Year 1, we spent $447,000 on utilities for the building. If you do the math, ISG did not use the formula they said they were using. If you use the formula for utility cost, their 2018 projection was correct for the square footage building that we have. I'm not sure why that got cut in half, essentially, in their 2019 pro forma, but the 2018 numbers, per their mathematical calculation that they said they were going to be using, relates to what our building is, and we underperformed in that. We underperformed in a revenue, or in an expenditure area. Moving on to maintenance, page 15 of the presentation. Isaac Sports Group says building maintenance supplies, their 2018 projection said $120,000. They then dropped that in 2019 to $30,000. The mathematical calculation that they used to determine this number is they said it should cost us $1.70 a square foot for our maintenance cost. Well, we have a 144,000 square foot building, so that number really should be $244,800 by their math, which is not up there, but that's okay. In looking at how the city does budget, we don't just say building maintenance and supplies. We break it down further. So you'll see that there are several lines in here that the city has that Isaac Sports Group does not have. Altogether, Isaac Sports Group had said for year 1, we should have spent around $278,000. We spent $561,000. So why the big discrepancy? A couple of those would be in other professional services. Now, this line includes new employee cost, when we have to background check and do physicals for employees, access control and security systems, IT services, for, floor care contractors. In year 1, we also had some services from the Lundin Group in there, our point of sale software, technology, software fees, and pest control. So these are all reoccurring monthly fees that we have in the building. On a side note, I would lobby for the city to hire this IT person. Because I can tell you, we have spent well over $10,000 each year on IT services that could be covered by this IT person that the city is considering adding. Other equipment rentals, this includes short-term equipment rentals such as rental of snow equipment. If you remember this past year, we had one of the pieces of equipment that we removed snow off of the plaza. went kaput on us. So we had to rent a piece of equipment to get us through the end of the year. We have since purchased that piece of equipment through the capital bond. So that line number 415, we should get to see it drastically decrease this next year. Then we also have capital outlay for office equipment, capital outlay for other. The capital outlay for other includes large one-time purchases, such as the pickup truck, the building signage, fencing, audio-visual upgrades, maintenance software, laundry equipment, and our skid steer. So all of that stuff were startup costs that our building had to incur that we didn't have a Isaac Sports Group line to accommodate it. Then in our budget, we also have lease payment principal and lease payment interest. This is the lease payment for the fitness equipment that we are utilizing in the facility. ISG also includes two lines, ice sheet maintenance and conference center maintenance. For our purposes, those lines are put up in our building maintenance lines. Moving on to page 16, expenses, equipment, and supplies. Again, this is an area that we have a lot more line items than Isaac Sports Group does for things. Couple of the things that I would like to point out that I think is missing from the Isaac Sports Group presentation. You'll see they had first aid equipment for $2,000 under miscellaneous supplies. What they did not budget anything for, which blows my mind, is line 211 in our city budget, which is cleaning supplies. Year one, we had $14,000 of expenditure. Year two, were projected $30,000. There is a reason for that big jump. If you'll notice, miscellaneous supplies and cleaning supplies have flip-flopped. It's because our administrative assistant has gotten really good at putting things where they actually belong. I hate miscellaneous supplies, cleaning supplies. Toilet paper and paper towels are not miscellaneous. They are cleaning supplies. I cannot fathom why the Isaac Sports Group Performa didn't have cleaning supplies, toilet paper, paper towels, floor soap, anything like that in their Performa. That does not meet the City of Virginia's expectations of cleanliness for a building if we're not going to be providing that. Plus, I don't think our customers would appreciate showing up to the building and not having toilet paper when they use the restroom. So you can see the equipment supplies budget here. If we move over to item number 17, or page number 17, we get into staff cost. As you know, as the elected officials, staff costs are our largest cost in the city of Virginia. Being the largest cost in the city of Virginia, we're actually going to devote 2 pages to this, this area of line items. To start with, we've got facility management. This would include the event and program service director, the event coordinator, the sales and marketing, and administrative assistant. ISG number is very short in meeting the city's expenditure for this. For year one for the city, I did not break it down. I didn't spend the time to break it down, but since we've been in this budget cycle right now, I have the numbers to be able to break it down for projected year two. So you can see right there that we are over what they had originally projected. I'll give you a clear example how we are over in this. For our administrative assistant, they budgeted an annual salary of $11,250. Ask me, please get back in your chair. I know that's a little bit low for what we pay. It's a little bit low anywhere for what you pay. Facility maintenance, Isaac Sports Group did not take into consideration that in construction of the building, we would have boilers. Boilers require somebody with certifications to be able to inspect them. So the facility maintenance position, they had originally titled it ice plant maintenance position. With a boiler's license, that requires a little bit more expenditure on our part to have somebody who is competent and qualified to fill that role. Utility workers, we know they are the life of the facility. They keep us moving. They maintain our arenas. They maintain the equipment that's needed in the arenas. In addition, here in the next few weeks, they'll be clearing the snow. Last week, they were mowing the lawns, and many other things that they have to do. The ISG Performa either substantially has them understaffed or substantially has them underpaid. They budgeted $96,000 or $75,000. Now, we have 8 utility workers for just under $100,000. In one of their performas, it had mentioned 2 employees. Well, if you go with 2 employees at $90,000, that's an acceptable wage. However, 2 employees would cover 80 hours a week. Our building is open 119 hours a week. I don't think our hockey community or our banquet communities would appreciate the fact that, especially hockey community, we're hitting hour number 82 of the week, and there's no utility worker there to resurface the ice. So those numbers are very out of line. Lead recreation assistants were not even considered in the Isaac Sports Group Performa. Custodial support and of the overall complex, ASCME has presented several really good studies to us for a building our size, showing that we should need at least 6 full-time employees to maintain the cleanliness of our facility. We have 2. They do a spectacular job. They knock it out of the park. I cannot tell you how many times we have gotten compliments from having a big event today, and people are walking into the building the next day going, I can't even tell something happened last night. Your staff is amazing. Isaac Sports Group had proposed that our custodial services would require $25,000 expenditure in year 1 and a $26,000 expenditure in year 2. I don't think we'd be able to find somebody to work for that hourly wage, but we put something in the budget there for it. So moving on to page 18, as we continue looking at staff cost, we get down to convention and event center staff. These are our part-timers that we have. We combine from the ISG Performa both the convention center staff and the arena staff from the original Performa to come up with the $45,000 and the $50,000 figure there. They were breaking it out. Essentially, the arena staff would be doing concession stand operation. The event center staff would be doing setup and concierge work. By their formulas that they used, they said that the event center would be utilized 100 days out of the year. And doing the math from what they had said, that assumes that we would pay our part-time staff $150 a day, or $150, we would allocate $150 per event. Since events range anywhere between 4 and 10 hours, taking an average of 6 hours an event, and knowing that we need 2 staff for setup, 1 staff for operation, 2 staff for cleanup, that brings it down that the Isaac Sports Group Performa said we would be paying staff, our part-time staff, $12.50 per hour. Now remember, in 2018, that was a realistic number. Since 2018, that is not a realistic number. We keep going down. Overtime pay, I hate it, but it's a reality. We have minimum staffing levels, and when we have people that have temporarily bid out of positions or that are taking personal time or sick time, we do have to backfill positions. This year, our projected year end for overtime pay is much higher than I would like it to be, but we have been between 2 and 4 full-time employees down through since March, I would say would be fair, with utility workers having bid out and being, having lead rec assistants having vacated their positions. The next line item is payroll expenses, benefits, and taxes. This includes all the fun stuff. I just lumped it all together. It's your para, your FICA, your Medicare, your medical insurance, all those things that are the benefit package. And Isaac Sports Group mathematically did a really good job of forecasting out the correct percentage. But just because all of our other expenses for employees are higher, their numbers here were low. Then they also have money in there for staff travel, staff development and training, professional dues and certifications. They had money in there for an operation consultant, fitness trainers and monitors, and access and security. I will tell you, access and security, we don't have physical people doing access and security. We have our card access and we have cameras. In my mind, that line is more appropriate to move to maintenance and support of the building, but I left it right where it is. So overall, you see staff costs are what the big difference is in the pro forma from projections versus performance. If we keep going on to page 19, we get to expenses, general office. This was a category that Isaac Sports Group had put together for us. They said $3,000 a year for the phone. You can see, looking at the budget, that that was undershot. Postage, we're doing better on that. General public notices, they didn't have anything in there for that. Licenses and sales tax. This includes our health department certification for the concession stand and the commercial kitchen, in addition to our ice plant certifications and arena certifications that we have to get through the state of Minnesota every year. Cash overage and shortage, sales tax use. The sales tax use, this is basically what we end up having to pay to the state of Minnesota. It's money that we've taken in from revenue from our customers. When you buy a membership or you rent a room, there's tax on that. That's that tax that we pay to the state of Minnesota. We're also paying it to ourselves because we do have that 1% sales tax that's helping pay off the bond. So the building's helping pay for the building there. And then the last thing that Isaac Sports Group had in there was fee registration, CC online. That would be for a computer operating system, such as what we use, Finley Connect for management, which that is worked into another part of the budget. So if we move on to page 20 to actually lump all these things together again, just like in the revenue section, I have 2 charts here for you. The top chart is all of both of the performas side by side, and the bottom chart is combining the 2 performas, taking the larger of the 2 numbers. So you can see that year 1, Isaac Sports Group had proposed that we would expend $1.4 million In reality, we expended over $3 million. Good news is we are bringing that down. It is under $3 million projected for this year at 2.7. Now, in the revenue, I patted ourselves on the back for what we did, great job revenue. Here, I'm going to criticize us for the same reason. Year one, we exceeded ISG's projected expenditures by 211%. Year two, we are on track to exceed ISG's projections by 181%. The only thing I can say positive in this is at least we're going in the right direction. But it's too little, too late at this point for those numbers. If we go to page 21, we can look at the Isaac Sports Group profit and loss statement. In the original performance that they put together a 5-year profit and loss statement. If we limit it to the revenue that is actually available to us, their year one projection should have actually been a loss of $900,000. We had an actual loss of $2.3 million. Keep in mind, a lot of that was year one startup type stuff that we had. You will see that our year two loss is approaching $500,000 less than our year one loss. So going to the next slide, why such a big discrepancy between the pro forma and the actuals? Well, what you guys did not see in Isaac Sports Group quote to us today was Stu's opening line to his email, which is the opening line, the first bullet point on this. With so many market and inflationary changes throughout the pandemic and post-pandemic, we really need to start over again and incorporate the review and analysis of the current actual operating budgets of the event center. Those were Stu's words that we really should not be looking at the 18 and 19 performance. Those were done pre-pandemic, and my world's changed since the pandemic. My bank account really tells me that the world's changed since the pandemic. Inflation has gone sky high. Dollars don't buy as much as they used to. The employment, finding employees to work, has changed. So we really need to be looking at a new pro forma. So some other things, the pro formas did not account for outside services that are required to operate the building, such as the access control badges, our agreements with Permar for the security systems, items like that. The original pro formas also assumed that all equipment for the building operations would be able to be worked into the construction budget, and when we opened our doors, we wouldn't need to buy anything else for 5 years. Sadly, that was not our reality. They didn't budget enough for the lease of the fitness equipment. We did not provide adequate funding for supplies to maintain the building to the standard that our community has for maintaining the building. We did not account for initial startup expenses in year one. We didn't account for proper full-time staffing for the building schedule and operation. Due to living in the post-pandemic employment culture, part-time wages are not accurate. They were pretty close in their pro forma for 2017 and 2018. That's right around what the city was paying part-timers. But my, how our world has changed. They also did not account for required licenses that we have to have in order to operate. That was a small number, though. And they overestimated the demand for the fitness center, or they did not use our regional data to determine revenue. So as we move on, as Stu had so accurately stated, we need to start over. We need to forget about the 18 and 19 pro formas, even though we don't want to. We need something actual to hold on to. So I was bored and sat down and generated a new operating pro forma, still going with the same style that Isaac Sports Group presented it, but I am breaking it down into less areas. I'm breaking it down into a maintenance, building maintenance, and upkeep category, an operations category. Now, what I have done is, first warning for you, the numbers that you will see for fiscal year 2024 do not match what are in your packet for the budget discussion. Because what I have done is, rather than putting together, rather than just copying and pasting the city budget request in here, I have created in this Excel spreadsheet many other spreadsheets that these numbers are being generated from. So this isn't Brian picking a number. This is going from past revenue numbers that we've expended in year one and anticipated in year two, and actually trying to come up with a pro forma. Then you'll see in the comments section, there are a lot of these lines that I propose for moving forward each year with increases just due to inflation and historic cost increases for each of those line items. So prime example of what does not match here compared to the city budget, I'm saying $419,000 for utilities. I know the city budget request did not use $419,000. So you can go and see each one of these lines and what they are used for, how we are budgeting for them. So our building maintenance subtotal ends up being 19% of our overall expenditures. Our building operation and subtotal is 7% of our expenditures. On the next page, we have our staff cost and our general office cost. Staff costs are 71% of operation totals, and general office is 4%. Another area that this pro forma differs from the city budget is the city budget that you are considering does have reduction in full-time staff in it. It has reduction in 3 full-time staff. This pro forma that you are looking at here on the screen has us continuing to operate the way that we have been this past year, with the exact same level of staffing that we've had this past year.
Can I interrupt?
Sure.
I have a quick question. How did you do that without having contracts completed for your staff? ASME contract has not been opened up or completed yet for 2024.
How are you doing it for 2024 with what we're projecting?
We actually had to cut, and so we have 2 positions that we weren't going to fill.
So what I created was a spreadsheet that has their current salary in it. Historically, in contracts, we have had a 3% raise, so I factored in a 3% raise. I have the health insurance increase numbers that have been made public. I factored in that. Any position that was open, rather than saying it would be a single employee for benefits, I had them selecting family health care coverage and family dental coverage so that the numbers would come out higher. I also changed the employee deferred comp from a standard number to a factoring in all salaries at a, I want to say 8% employee contribution and city contribution.
Yeah, that's not in the contracts. That 8% is not.
So my budget is going to come in higher than what the actual is. So I would rather in expenditures present more expenses than less expenses. That way we are not exceeding the city budget. At the end of the day, it would be much better to come in under budget than over budget.
Ask one question.
Counselor Motley.
Which positions were potentially not accounted for?
When we get to that part, we'll.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Could I also add?
Please, Counselor Freely.
This is exceptional information to this point, Brian, and I also think you need to switch from referring to it as a pro forma to an actuarial analysis, which is really what it really is at this point in time. Much more detailed information.
Well,
very necessary for all of us to hear. It's beyond a pro forma.
Thank you. My father, who was an actuarial assistant, would be very happy to hear that some of my work is being referred to that way. So another thing that I've done is our marketing advertising budget, tying that to anticipated revenue projections. So you'll see some of these numbers are a little bit different. And I'm not saying that we adopt this as the city budget. That's not what I'm proposing at all. I'm giving you a pro forma to consider. Moving on to page 26, which would be the revenue pro forma. Again, have broken this down into several different areas. The first is the fitness facility. Starting with $30,000 a year, this assumes a 10% growth in memberships annually and a 10% rate increase in even-numbered years. Ice reservations, dry floor events, public skating. For the ice reservations, the numbers that are being presented to you here factor in a 5% increase for youth and school ice times moving forward, and a 10% rate increase in even-numbered years for retail ice. Our current lease or our current use agreement that we have with Rockridge Youth Hockey Association has a 5% increase per year. That is something that the city had wanted to do to continue to work with our youth organizations. We didn't want to drastically increase their rates. We wanted to encourage the youth to continue to participate in youth sports. So from the day that we opened, we've only been doing a 5% increase per year, which allows our youth organization to offer some of the lowest registration rates in the state of Minnesota to play hockey. Dry floor arena events, this factors in a 10% rate increase on even-numbered years. All of our rates I do have increasing every other year on even-numbered years, because that's kind of been the pattern that we've been in, is every 2 years we're considering rate increases. This year we did more than a 10% increase in some areas. I'm just taking for this pro forma an average of a 10% rate increase every year. So you'll see events and tournament revenue, our concessions. Concession revenue, this is important to realize. Concession revenue number is directly tied to concession expenditures. Now, if you flip back and forth in these pages, you will notice we spend significantly less on concession supplies than we have concession revenue. That is because when we buy a Snickers, we're not selling it for what we bought it for. We have a markup because we also are paying for that person who is handing you the Snickers or handing you the drink. So our expenditures are significantly lower than our revenue because the revenue line also covers the cost of the employee that is providing that service. And we want to end up having this still be operating, not only reaching the black, but helping to offset the other operation expenses of some parts of the building that do not operate in the black.
Question, concessions. Is that based on operating 2 concession stands as opposed to the one that we've only been able to operate prior to that?
This has us operating 2 concession stands at the appropriate times.
Thank you.
It would not be appropriate to have 2 concession stands open daily. In my estimation, that would be a waste of city resources. So this has us operating concessions in 3 different models. Full-blown concessions, which is both upper and lower open. That would be for your big events, your concerts, your high school hockey games. That way we can get people through the line. We can also increase our revenue because a lot of people are like me, if you walk out to the concession stand and see a line a mile long, I don't need that hot chocolate. But if it's a short line, I'm gonna walk up and get my hot chocolate and ooh, that popcorn looks good and I really need something sweet to go with my something salty there. So we generate more revenue. Second way of operating the concession stand is full lower concessions only. That would be a prime opportunity for lower concession only would be youth hockey games. We don't need both concession stands open, but we need the lower concession stand open running the full menu. The third model of concession stand is what we call our grab and go, which is minimal staffing. It is essentially 1, maybe 2 people working in the concession stand, and we have a limited menu that is more what they can just grab and hand, rather than having your pizza and your hot dogs and the things that you would then have to put gloves on to serve. So there are the 3 models, but yes, it does incorporate for any large event 2 concession stands operating.
Okay, just to follow up on that, I appreciate the interruption. So part of that concession, I know you talked about before, and I'm not asking you to comment on it now, but as we move forward with the budget of 2024, is that concession would include potential areas where you would set up a booth under big concession and sell shirts and hats and things of that nature, and I know you sell laces and pucks and things of that nature, so that's coming down the pike, which might help generate additional revenue, and that's for another discussion. Councilor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor. Brian, thank you for this so far. I love spreadsheets, so this is right up my alley. I don't mean to go back to the financials, but I'd like to address, this ties right into concessions and expense. So actual 2022 concessions was 125,992 in revenue. Actual expense was 79,691. Now, if you go to current year, where we're at, I guess as of.
Could you let me know which page you are on? You're on that, okay.
Yeah, it's in the packet from this morning or today. And so then if you look at the current year, where we're at, so this would be up till the month of September, your revenue is 72,000, your expense is 39,000, so it's about a $33,000 profit so far. And then we've got to allocate the expense of the employees, the cost that to run the concession. So that might actually, instead of being a positive, that might be a negative. So my question is, are we charging enough for concession stand products? Because in one of your notations, it says we should be assuming a 3-time, in this sheet here, should be a 3-time, but we're not even quite making 100%. Or the markup, if you're buying 39,000, say 40 grand, you should be revenue at 80, if just that's at a double. So if you were supposed to do triple, do we need to look at raising or increasing those costs?
At this point, I'm not comfortable raising costs too much. This is a debate that Jim and I have in the office all of the time. One of the reasons in year one that our numbers were a little off, and I don't mean to speak for Jim, but I know it drove him crazy, was getting our concession stand staff trained in waste management and in timing of stopping producing food so that we didn't have so much waste. That's kind of been one of the things that has been driving him crazy, and you'll see that we have been getting better. I know it's one of the things that he and Jen and now our new lead rec will be focusing on with our concession stand staff as they get in to operating the concession stand is waste can be the biggest way to not get to black. So need to keep an eye on that. We did a lot better last season in managing the waste, and with several of the changes that I know Jim has been looking at doing, I expect to see the waste continue to go down and the profits continue to go up. But looking at that profit margin, taking into account the staffing costs and everything, is something that we're constantly doing. As our product costs go up, we've got to evaluate, okay, is it time for a hot dog to go from $2 to $2.25, just so that we can continue to maintain the profit margin?
So like at this point, and I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't mean to sidetrack, but at this point, are you, like if a candy bar costs $1, are we charging $3 for that candy bar? Are we actually triple, or from what?
No,
you've stated
because
here?
you don't want to do it for each and every item. Like popcorn, I'll pick on popcorn right now. Popcorn is dirt cheap for us to produce, but you'll buy popcorn for more than the third markup. Popcorn almost has a 200 to 300% markup. So in doing some items, we're able to mark up more, so we don't have to mark up other items as much.
But at the end of the day, I think what you're saying is that would be the overall average.
The overall average, yes.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paulson. Councillor Beyondich?
Just out of curiosity, how are the vending machines doing?
I haven't run any reports on vending machines lately. Jim, do you have any of that knowledge off the top of your head?
I do know. They're highly seasonal, right?
Yes.
Yes. Other than that, I do not have those rev numbers and expenses.
Okay. One of the things that I was, after last week's council meeting, that I was going to put together for you was our year-to-date simplified profit loss for the concession stands. However, I ended up spending more time putting this presentation together than I did that. But that is definitely a report that I can put together for the council to review for next Tuesday's council meeting. I did a simplified one for you back in January, showing you January's profit loss statement. And we can do that same report from January through September for you.
Thank you. I was just curious. I know the machines went in several months ago.
Yeah.
So I was just curious to see the revenue on that. So thank you.
It is a very seasonal thing because those machines are on the arena side, which is very seasonal. So we'll go ahead and continue on page 27.
I'm sorry, Brian.
Oh, yes.
You're on the concession, so, and I won't interrupt until the end of your session here, so, but unless I'm way ahead of you here on the revenue with respect to concessions. So you're not lumping in, and I may be ahead of this. So, for example, some of our professional services are contracts, like, for example, with the liquor sales, you get X amount of dollars for liquor sales. So is that something we're taking a look at down the road where, we're going to have to increase our percentage of the take of professional service, like the contracts with the vendors, and I'm picking on the liquor sales as a result. Is that appropriate to talk about here, or is that coming later on?
Talk about outsourcing concession stand operations?
No, we have a contract with an individual or a private party or private business to operate the liquor sales during course of events. And part of that revenue stream that they receive, we get a stipend from each, sale that they have. So the goal and objective, I think, is with your staff, I believe, is to take a look at that contract, renegotiate that contract, and increase the amount of revenue you're getting from each individual sale. Is that something being considered as well? Does that fall under concession?
That does not fall under concession.
Okay,
That
thank you.
ends up falling under, falls on page 27, which is the page that we've just flipped to.
Okay.
Under facility sponsorship and contributions.
Thank you.
We have the last line of the spreadsheet is the liquor commissions.
Thank you.
So again, event center revenue, this assumes a 10% rate increase in even-numbered years. Now, you will notice that if you do the math across the columns in this, it's not 10% every year, because as the hotel opens in hopefully January of 2025, is that right? December of 24 or January of 25, we should be able to see that hotel have a tremendous impact on our reservations. So what we have done is I've created a spreadsheet with room occupancy levels for our goals and had these numbers generated out for our goals of we want this room at 20%, this room at 30%. As the hotel moves in, just because the hotel opens its doors in 2025, don't think we're going to see a spike in conferences and conventions in 2025. That doesn't happen. It is a couple of years out. Right now, you guys know that we are working on the 2026 World Junior Hockey Championships. It's 2024, and we're working for an event that's trying to get an event that's in 2026. These things are a couple of years out. Bree can tell you that a lot of these conferences and conventions that we've spoken to won't even consider us until there's a hotel there. So when the doors open in 2025, that's when they'll start to consider us for those 2027 events. Now, what we will reap the benefits of are a lot of the smaller events, those wedding receptions, the family events. And that has the snowball effect. Just because we aren't the Field of Dreams, I'm not Kevin Costner, just because we built it doesn't mean that they have come or that they will come. Year one, when we opened the doors, they didn't all rush in to do their events. People want to see a proven history of success that our facility can do these events, which we have. You look at a lot of the weddings and those icing on the cake type events that we are booking now, it's because they came to somebody else's event and saw how well it was. So now they're considering doing their event with us. That and having a sales and marketing person who's been in the position now for over 6 months, has gotten the flow of things, has implemented a lot of new resources for us, such as Event Detective and things like that, which are generating leads that she can then follow up on and hopefully close the deal. We're starting to see a lot more of those events booked in the future. In fact, I believe you received a lead for a small meeting to occur, or a 3-day meeting to occur 3 times in the next year, just last night. So this morning she was working on putting together a proposal for a housing summit that would be meeting here in Virginia, focusing on Northeast Minnesota, and they would meet 3 times next year. So all of those are great leads to follow up on and help tie into these budget projections. If we go to page 28, we get to our profit and loss statement.
I lied.
Yes.
I lied. I have one more question, and I apologize for that. It seems to me that the food and beverage commissions and the liquor commissions seem a little bit low. I mean,
Liquor commissions, we only get liquor commissions when we are selling liquor. Or when the customer requests them. Our goal is to have that number come up, but in order to do so, we've got to have more events that are selling liquor. Food commissions, remember, the food commission line, food and beverage commissions, that's tied directly to our food purchases. Those are those rebates that we are getting from some of our concession stand food suppliers. So that number can go up, but our volume has to go up for that number to go up. And we're not just going to start buying 100 cases of hot dogs to get a rebate when we only need 3 cases of hot dogs.
Yep, and I understand that. And so then the last question is, the kitchen rental. It seems to me that the rental for fiscal year is only $5,840 is projected to rent the kitchen. From a layperson's perspective, I would think that would be a little low.
That calculates in our kitchen rental is $250 for the kitchen to be rented. That is assuming that every full ballroom rental will be renting the kitchen.
Well, that's a good deal, $250, so thank you.
That is a great deal.
Okay. Maybe cause for redress. Okay, thank you, Brent, I'm done, thank you.
All right, so moving on to page 28 in the per forma. And I promise we are getting towards the end here. Thank you for dealing with me. I've put together a financial profit and loss statement from what was just presented to you here for both revenue and expenditures moving forward for the next 3 years. Again, that is us operating the same way that we've operated here in 2023 moving forward. So you see our projections of $1.3 million loss for next year, 1.3 for 2025, basically 1.3 across the board. Now, if we go to the next slide, I want to remind ourselves, to remind the council, to remind the public about our history. I think that is important to remember our history. So that same profit loss statement is there on the left-hand side of your screen. But what I've added here is the Miners Memorial Building historical financial profit and loss. Now, I'm going with the assumption that Cassell is correct, the city's financial software. So I went back in and went through 2013 through 2020, which was what the Miners Memorial Building operated, and looked at the miners' actual expenses. What did the taxpayers pay in 2013? That was $1,214,087.41. How much money does Cassell tell me that the miners brought in that year? $68,436.38 for a $1.145 million deficit. Rather than doing a 10-year average, I chose the last 5 years, which included the COVID year. So numbers were a little bit down revenue projection or revenue generation that year. The city operating the Miners Memorial Building averaged a almost $1.4 million a year deficit. That is less of a deficit than what this pro forma that I'm presenting to you is. So already, without talking about the economic impact that the Iron Trail Motors Event Center has on our community, how many people are coming through, which year one our facility, according to geo-tracking, we had 800,000 unique visitors to the event center. 800,000 people coming through our building in its first year. I guarantee you, Councilor Motley, what is our population here in Virginia?
A little over 8,200.
8,200 and 800,000 coming through the building. 780,000 of those people had to have stopped someplace and bought something, which is adding to our economic development. Also, let me give a huge shout out to youth hockey. All these new tournaments that they are doing, we've got 7 tournaments scheduled for this hockey season at our facility. The Miners usually used to host 2, maybe 3 tournaments a year. 7 tournaments. Those are people coming and putting heads in beds and going to our restaurants, going to our gas stations, shopping elsewhere. That's an economic impact. We're not even talking about that economic impact here. Another interesting math thing that I have done, just because my dad would be proud of me, is figured out the revenue projection, revenue increase from the miners to year one of our facility. We had a 941% revenue increase from the last year of the miners operating to the first full year of the Iron Trail Motors Event Center operating. That is an incredible increase, 941%. Unfortunately, in year one, we also had a 51% increase in expenditures, which we have to get those under control. And I believe this pro forma that is being presented does get those numbers under control so that we have an operating model to move forward with here in the future. Now, page 30, if we can go to page 30 of the pro forma. I think it's important to us because we keep discussing what can we do different. I've presented to you, keep doing the same thing. Well, if keep doing the same thing isn't working for you, let's talk about what we can do different. In your packet last week, the first page after the title page was a list of ideas. I submitted 20 of those ideas. I wouldn't consider you doing a lot of them. They were bad ideas. I said I had a lot of bad ideas. Some of them were in there. But here are some ideas that we should consider. Revenue reductions moving forward. The current city budget for 2024 shows a reduction in 3 full-time staff positions. You guys are already considering that. So I feel that I should put that in here so you can see what that will do. We should also correlate our marketing budget to anticipated room revenues, so doing that. Untapped revenue opportunities. You've given us the permission to begin talks with a junior hockey franchise. We have done doing that. That could provide realistically, an additional $80,000, excuse me, to our overall revenue between ice times, concession stand sales, liquor sales, all of those things. We could also consider increasing youth hockey rates. Rather than the 5% rate going across the board, consider other rate increases for them. We could consider putting the walking track as part of the fitness membership. The Isaac Sports Group Performa said $1.50 per day per walker. Well, if we're doing daily drop-ins, then we have to have staff sitting there. That's another cost. I'm trying to figure out ways to do revenue without increasing cost, so making it a part of the fitness membership. Updating the liquor contract. Our liquor contract goes through September of next year, and then we would have to renegotiate it. If we are going to be having serious talks with a junior hockey franchise, we will need to open that liquor contract sooner to begin those discussions. Another option that we have is no longer offering open opportunities for catering choices in our facility. It's been a huge benefit to those that are choosing to have their events at our facility, but we make nothing off of that. If we were to go instead to a model that we have a sole caterer and we get a kickback from them, just like agreement that we have with our liquor vendor, it could generate some revenue. I am not going to entertain the idea or recommend the idea to you that we get into the catering business. We would then have to hire a chef, a kitchen staff, banquet staff, and I don't want that headache. I would rather partner with somebody who has a proven track record of being able to do this, and now you're the only one that can do it in this building. I will also tell you I don't like that idea. I like the idea that when Councilor Friedlib comes in and wants to have caterer A cater, that's who he gets. When Councilor Paulson comes in and she wants caterer B to cater something completely different, she gets what she wants. I think that's a good model for us, but we should consider it. Another thing that we should consider looking at here is in-house skate sharpening. I'm just taking the Isaac Sports Group number of $3,000 because it actually seems accurate, $5 a sharpening, and how many sharpenings we think we can do. Until we would get into it, we wouldn't know what that demand would be. Unfortunately, this is now putting us competing with an existing City of Virginia business.
Ryan?
Yes.
Could we not consider contracting with that Virginia business for a percentage of the profit?
We could if they were interested in doing that. And then the last idea, which I think is great, is city-owned ATM machines in our facility. Right now, Minnesota Pastimes provides us ATMs, and we get a small kickback on that. That's what some of those commissions are from. But I said it's a small kickback. If we were to own those ATM machines, yes, we'd have to have somebody that goes and puts the money in them, but we're setting the money. We're getting the fees off of those machines rather than somebody else.
Brian, one moment. Just for a
Yes.
moment. Counselor Paulson?
Thank you, Mayor. Brian, just real quick on when you were discussing the catering, that we don't make any money at all when any caterer comes in. Did we not ever have a conversation, maybe there should be a catering fee charge?
That's what the kitchen
That's
rental
kitchen
fee
rental
is.
fee. So, and that's not generating what you're, the expectation. Yeah, so would that be something we should revisit?
We can revisit that, yes.
And I don't know what the fee is currently.
$250.
So that's what you just said, okay. So that's,
You go much higher than that,
you're
then
right.
you're starting to create,
right, okay. It was just a question. So that's where that allocation is, though? Okay, thank you, Mayor.
And just to tack on what Counselor Paulson says, I belong to an organization, that's what they charge for their small venue too, is $250.
And moving on to page 31, which you will all be happy to know is the final page in the presentation. This shows the adjusted financial profit and loss if we were to implement these things. Now, at the bottom of the page, you have the untapped revenue expenses. A few of the things that I mentioned have expenses with them. Skate sharpening has the expense of staff time to sharpen the skates. So there are some expenses. So I haven't forgotten to add the expenses into the untapped revenue. In the itsy bitsy teeny tiny chart there at the bottom right-hand corner, if you get your magnifying glass out, you will see that I broke down the profit and loss, or the profit and projections for 5 years for each one of those things that we could consider as we move forward. I'm not here today to tell you that we need to move forward with one of these, two of these, or any of these. I'm presenting these as opportunities, as a discussion starter. But if we were to adopt the new model of business, which includes the reduction in the staff that you're currently looking at and implementing the untapped revenue, it does get the annual deficit under $1 million, which is then, you're looking at $400,000 less than the miners cost us per year to operate. But I will tell you, I don't believe that all of these revenue things would be good for us to do. I will point out the youth hockey one. I think it would be a mistake to, at the end of the youth hockey agreement, to tell them we're doubling your rates and then you're doing a 10% rate increase every year. I think that would have a negative impact on the youth. I also think that our youth hockey organization would tell us, thanks for playing, but we're going to the HIP and Hoyt Lakes and the bubble. So we'd see decreased usage. I really love the fact that this council and our community embraces youth sports and the benefits that youth sports bring to our youth and helps develop them into the future leaders and productive citizens that our area is going to need. So I would encourage you to continue to support our youth sports. And that is all I have for this presentation today. Thank you, Mayor. I will gladly answer any and all questions.
Well, thank you. I'm sure you're probably leaning against the podium now for being up there for such a long period of time. And I want to say thank you for such a detailed presentation moving forward. I think it's opened up the eyes of everybody about how this operates and what we need to do and some of the methods that were taken to try to implement the changes that are necessary to continue to operate. And nobody wants to operate as a deficit, as someone said at the podium. If I don't make revenue, I don't eat. Well, this is a community facility. It has a lot of other tangible benefits economically to the city of Virginia. We need to continue to work toward moving to reduce our expenses and increase our revenues. These are ideas that you presented to us moving forward, ideas we should consider. Maybe some of them we should fall back on, but there are other uncaptured revenue opportunities moving forward. We touched on those today. So Brian, on behalf of myself and our staff, we did a great job of laying it all out and making it easier for us and the community to understand the circumstances surrounding the Ironton Memorial Event Center. And I particularly like the comparison with the Miners Memorial Building moving forward. So we had those issues as well. And not only was the losses that you present here, was not included those losses, some of the costs associated with having to put new temporary water lines and those kind of things in that facility on top of that expenditure as well. So thank you. Councilor Paulson?
Thank you, Mayor. And Brian, that was amazing. I really, really appreciate that. Very, very much so. And then I guess I don't have a question for you, Brian, but I just was going to kind of iterate as Britt handed these out and we look at where the the future budget of 2024, the projection or the, I guess, proffered salaries would be $873,317. And that, Britt, that list on the list is, just says attrition of 2, so that would just be not filling, it would be not actually laying anyone off.
Correct.
It's just not filling 2 of the utility workers, but we would still have 6
Correct.
and not 8
Correct.
at that expense level. So then, Brian, say that that comes up to be the scenario that the budget for salaries stays at that 873,000. You can knock off almost $700,000 off of your staff line item in your adjusted finance, in the last page, which then would drop right off the bat your deficit.
You wouldn't do it
You
off
got it out.
the last page. You would knock it off of page 28.
Oh, correct. Yep, I'm sorry, I had the wrong.
And keep in mind that the staff cost on page 28 of the performa also includes benefits and everything.
This is, right,
I'm not sure the budget line that you're looking at, if there's also a budget line for benefits.
They're separated out.
Yes.
Right.
they are separated, but then that's, so how, could we add that back in real quickly? Where's our medical, 260? So Brian, were you adding?
You were adding all
Line
benefits
item
all the way
for
down with an increase.
Yes. I remember in my numbers that I put together, I did factor in raises for staff.
I'm not talking about that. Did you put, okay, so did you put salaries, overall salaries, part-time, overtime pay, Medicare, medical insurance, dental insurance, life insurance? Did you put all those in as
Yes.
expenses?
All of that stuff falls under staffing.
Okay, so we'd have to add that up. Sorry, Mayor, I'm just trying to come up with an accurate depiction of what.
I'm waiting with bated breath for that final number.
Well, it's been a long afternoon. Let me see if I can go.
While she's figuring this out, as Councilor Paulson is figuring this out, Brian, just to reiterate, the 79% of our budget is salary and benefits for our employees, right? Staffing costs? On 71%, is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Brian, did you include healthcare savings benefit and employer deferred comp?
Yes.
Okay.
When I was putting this together for staff, it includes, trying to find my line here.
Does it go all the way down to account 151? Maybe that would be easier.
Yeah, it's lines 121 through 151 are what I added up together.
But did you do so is that all added into with the salaries though, and the overtime and the?
Salaries are, in my presentation, salaries are separate, but lines 121 through 151 are lumped together for benefits.
So where on the P&L projection, when you have operational expenses, you've got building maintenance and upkeep, operational equipment and supplies, staff.
Staff. It all falls under
So
staff.
staff would be 101 to 151. That's line item.
Staff would be, yes, that sounds correct.
Because that equals then 1.5. Okay, so maybe what you were projecting would be the raises plus the additional two utility workers? in
What I
this?
was projecting here is not changing anything. Still having 8 utility workers, 2 custodians. In putting together this pro forma, I took away the city budget talks and put the first pro forma together of if we didn't change anything, what would it look like?
Okay, so at 1.5, so that would shave off, so going back to our budget discussion, which is what we need to talk about now.
Correct.
Is, or currently, in what we have been, but, so if we add those line items, the 101 through 151 on page 38 that Britt handed us, that total is approximately $1.504 million. And so if you take that off of what you have here, Brian, at 1.7 million, you're saving an additional 200,000 right there.
About
So-
240.
Or 240, or what have you. And I appreciate the historical data from the old miners and what that ran in a deficit, because I did not know that. And I don't know if we've always understood that in this council, or if past councils have known that, but I think it's important that the taxpayers know that. I don't agree with subsidizing anything to that amount of money. I think that there needs to be improvements on those efficiencies, and there should have been even way back when. So I really appreciate you putting together all the thoughts that you have. I think some of these should be implemented. They're great ideas. The ATM is a great idea for revenue generation. And then in terms of where we're at looking, for the budget, we're not cutting any positions at that point. We're just through attrition, not filling those two. So that would be something, but then the last question I had, because I didn't see it in here, does that include your operating transfer in of $1 million? Or is that basically what you're saying the deficit would be your operating transfer in?
Yes, the
from general fund?
deficit is what the general levy would have to cover.
Okay,
So that's what the transfer in dollar amount
sure.
would need to be.
Okay, so this year we're budgeted for $1 million transferred in. I think we've already transferred it in. Okay, that was for 22. What's budgeted for 23 transfer in?
Remember, Sherry, if it was
Sherry?
Was it
1.3?
1.3, 2?
It's 1.2, but let me double
0.2?
check. 1.2.
Okay, so that's for 23. So for 24, we would be being asked to transfer in 1.3 at full, or 1 million, or even under $1 million
Yeah.
if we did not fill those two positions. Is that kind of what we're saying there?
That's kind of what Sherry and I were predicting or projecting.
And I just, for underwriting that, that's still a huge amount of money for our taxpayers to bear. And that really concerns me, but we have to make this building successful. And we can't let it, if we cut too far, too hard, the building won't succeed. So, to me, there's a balance there. It's tough to know what the balance should be. And, we invested in those bumper cars thinking that I think we thought the revenue would be higher in those bumper cars. I don't know if that's kind of a loss leader or just more of a gimmicky thing.
Everybody wants to use the bumper cars during hockey season when we don't have ice availability.
Okay, so that there's been a
The
conflict
prime
with ice
time for us to schedule usage of the bumper cars is outside of hockey season. For some reason, people don't want to come into the ice arena over the summer and cool down. I thought that they would.
So it's not something that you're not utilizing it as much. Like I was even thinking, like when not conventions happen, but team building.
We actually have several of those starting to be scheduled now. Yeah, if we've got 3 scheduled between now and the end of the year, and they're actually occurring during the daytime, which is when we have open ice, which is fabulous.
So things are moving on in that. I mean, I'm just looking at ways that you can increase that revenue. I think the liquor commission should be looked at. The concessions, I mean, I feel like if you're at least doing that 300% markup, however it ebbs and flows with popcorn and candy and the costs, I think that's a great profit.
And it's a balancing act. We don't want our concession stands prices to be so high that people go, I ain't eating there. We want them to be high enough that we're making the revenue that we need to off of it, but not running people away because our prices are too high.
So, and then Mayor, if I could just quickly continue here. So when we're looking at did you talk much about those sponsorship or what the opportunity might be for future sponsorships? What might that look like? Because I know like we've got dasher boards in the, I would say I never know the names in the Chevy arena that, need to be filled and that kind of thing. Like, have we thought about how we could pitch that more sponsorship going forward?
Absolutely. I've had an opportunity to sell 7 dasher boards in Chevy, and we only have 13 spots left in Toyota out of 58. So we're really going gangbusters this year, and my approach to that was, if you get a Toyota, you get Chevy for $500. And it has really just gotten people, oh, I'll take it. So we had to be aggressive on that pricing because people don't see it as, it's the same size ice, but we can only fit 400 people in there. So it's just such a massive difference that the exposure and the value just feels less to everybody.
And thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. And then Brian, when you list the sponsorships here, it's going to, if we look at the budget sheet that Britt gave us, we're going from, we're staying at $300,000. It's not increasing in that. Is that like annual revenue from each of those dasher boards? So it's always going to be, as long as they're rented, that's a guarantee of like 300 grand revenue?
The sponsorship line would be naming rights for the overall building, room naming rights.
$5,000 a month.
Yeah.
Or 4,500.
So we also have the lobby naming rights. Then we have the dasher boards that we were just talking about, the in-ice logos. So all of that figures into the sponsorship revenue line. And we still do, for any of you that are listening on YouTube or the TV, we still do have some naming rights available for the ballroom and meeting classrooms. So as we are able to sell that, then we will be able to expand upon that revenue line. I think it would be foolish for me to tell you, hey, next year we're going to have an additional $20,000 in there for naming rights for the ballroom when we don't have any leads for naming rights for the ballroom. I would much rather surprise you with a naming right agreement and then say, oh, by the way, our revenue projections are going to be too low now.
And I would agree. I think your revenue projections have to be somewhat attainable, or it looks bad in the year end. But so just to answer my question then, Brian, so that 300,000, that's a guaranteed revenue that we are budgeting. So if we go over on more, that will increase.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then that would bring down, if you go to your deficit, that would bring down your deficit. So I guess I'm just trying to look at any way that we can decrease the deficit, which is the burden on the taxpayers, which is why we're sitting here trying to bring down the levy percentage. So every little thing we do, $9,000 for ATM, I think that those are excellent suggestions, and every little thing that we do will definitely offset the deficit of the operational deficit. And then in talking with Britt just a few minutes ago, if you don't mind, Mayor,
You're on a roll.
role, is that Isaac Sports Group had also recommended, you and I talked yesterday about budgeting monies every year, like year one was only 50,000, year two, I think, was 125, year three, and then concurrent, up to 20 years, 135,000 to set aside for building maintenance and repairs for in the future.
Maintenance contingency fund, I believe is what they call it.
Yep, and so when I had talked with Britt, we are doing such an excellent job on that sales tax collection, and I asked if that could be used then, you know, because we can't afford to, we could, but it would be a levied thing if we wanted to set that money aside. But in theory, we are doing so well with that sales tax collection that it will exceed the bond payment, and possibly then we could carry that forward. And so I would like to maybe keep track of that number somehow, and so Brian would have that number. And I don't know, Sherry, how hard that is to, I think you get those, do you get them quarterly, those
I get 'em
reports?
monthly.
Monthly
I get
that
'em
you showed
monthly.
me? And maybe we could kind of keep track of that to just kind of give ourselves, like, there's a light at the end of the tunnel if we have some maintenance hiccup or something that we wouldn't have to make, you know, do a major bond for something, that we've showed fiscal responsibility of pre-planning for any future needs in terms of equipment or maintenance or, you know, or if we want to build that third ice arena. Just
I have a
kidding.
question, though. I don't know about the sales tax, what the covenants are on that. I think it's after the 20 years, anything left over can be used for O&M.
So, but according to the, oh, it can be used before then?
Well, in talking with
I don't
our,
think so.
in talking with our lobbyist, and thinking ahead and talking with Representative Liz Lagarde on what the options are, because if we're conducting a financial actuarial analysis where we're taking an account of that sales tax revenue and the performance is more than we had initially anticipated, so say for the sake of argument, we pay that off in 14 years, we would go back to the tax committee and ask for us to reuse that in some other way, and Representative Liz Lagarde, being chairman of the tax committee at this point in time, would be very helpful. So we're trying to take a proactive approach. In the event that does happen, we'll have a plan in place to do what you're asking us to do.
So basically, we would have to pay the bond off early. We can't take any of the overage and just set, it wouldn't be allocated till obviously year 20, but so you have to use that to actually pay off the bond, and it would be paid early? Or can you use the overage?
Yes, the way the language in the statute reads is that anything that's over, above and beyond what we need to pay for the bond has to be used in renovation or improvement to the building.
That's what I thought.
Right, correct.
But can you
And we
realize that before year 20, or is it only realized after year 20?
there is a stop, and there is a year, and I can't remember what they call it, there's a term they call, and I can't remember if it's at 15 years or 17, that you can't call the bond until that certain time, and I have to find out when that is. But there is that point that.
But so, and I guess to land the point is that we would be, even at the Isaac Sports Group pro forma's suggestion, it was up to year 20 for that accrual.
Yep.
And we'd be at like $2.6 million for that up to year 20. Now, there's probably going to be things prior to year 20, and I don't know if that could be tapped into or not, but just knowing that we are trying to be responsible, stating, yes, we have money set aside for this rainy day, or if in the event something were to come forward. So if we could maybe do some tracking on that, and maybe just do
definitely.
some double checking on that.
Yeah, I'll pull the language back up, but I do know it was Liz Lagarde that wrote that language in there because of things they had seen in Duluth and at Excel and other places, that because most sales tax bonds do go early, and that it's more advantageous for the city or the entity to have that ability to put that money back in again.
Got it.
And redo
Okay.
again. So that's what the intent was. of
And
that
that's what the
language.
tax committee indicated during testimony, right? So thank you.
And then I don't know if you want to let me go. Okay, so going back to the actual budget itself, and the financials that we just went through, we still, that account, in all departments, that account 319 is driving me crazy. Yeah, it's other professional services, and I want to know what makes that up. And then under the account ending in 209, under miscellaneous supplies, I think, Brian, I think you just addressed that. And so, but in the packet from this morning, we're listed, we spent $50,793, or $3.20 in 2022, so that we no longer have miscellaneous supplies in that amount. But where did that amount go on the budget? That 50 grand, you just talked about it, where it was going.
Yep.
Cleaning supplies?
It went into we had been misappropriating or miscoding some cleaning supplies, so we got that cleaned up. To backtrack to your 319 line item, that is other professional services. That includes the cost for new employee hires for their background and physical drug test. We also pay out of that our monthly fees for access control, which is the card access, our security camera systems.
Can we re-headline that? Because I feel like that's where, when we're looking at those expense items, it's important to know what they are.
Yeah.
And when they're under a professional service, I understand that maybe, because who is it? Is it Permar? But it's more of a security, right? I
Yes.
mean, I feel like that line item should just be changed so we
But
can
it
understand.
includes more than security systems.
We can pull out that we know Permar is going to be there. That's
Right.
not going to go away. We can make a line item for that so that you have a better understanding of
Okay.
that. Yep.
Okay, and then, but when I look under the cleaning supplies on our budget sheet on page 38, we only have an allocation of $10,000. So does that need to change?
How clean do you want the facility?
But I mean, like, so, what you just said is that it was in account 209 under miscellaneous supplies.
And so, yeah.
And
Realistically, it probably does need to go up a little bit.
And then you had, in 2022, there were two line items, account 209 and 211. One was miscellaneous supplies at 50 grand. One was cleaning supplies at 14.7. So you'd actually have to add those up to put under line item, to put it into 211. Is that not how we should be looking at that? Okay. So that's going to change a little bit too now.
And in doing this, one of the things that we did was pull both lines 209 and 211 and look at what physically was allocated to those things. There were some one-time only purchases that we won't need to be remaking. So we're not going to budget for reoccurring things that were one-time only, which may be why this number is a little bit lower than what you're thinking it should be.
Okay, and then I think the last comment I have on this topic would be what you put before us, Britt, with this budget. What is the overall number then that the general fund would be subsidizing into this special revenue fund account?
I projected $1 million.
$1 million, okay. Okay, Mayor, that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Paulson. Okay, I'm going to take some more questions. Anything more questions on Troy Motors Event Center from the council? And we're going to try to get through the ambulance and Vita, but it's been a long day, so I leave it up to the council. But we have time. I would like to see us be able to vet and talk about this ambulance. It's going to be another lengthy conversation, I think, and rightfully so. And then we'll go to the Vita as well. So I was going to try to get through D&E, but I'm asking the council and staff is, could we just adjourn after the Entree Moyes questions and then schedule another budget meeting? Would that be amenable to everybody to do so? Okay, let's do that. And then, so we'll let's take a look at when we'll have our next budget meeting. So should we do it next Tuesday during the day or in the afternoon prior to the council meeting? Because I know it's really, whereas in some people's time who have other employment obligations, so next Tuesday be amenable to anybody and any time during that day? What would be a day that first would Tuesday work and what time was amenable? Councilor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Next Tuesday is Halloween, and there is no meeting. Are we ahead? Am I a week behind already? Oh, 2 weeks. Yes, next Tuesday would work. Thank you.
Next Tuesday works?
We count in days for Halloween at my house, and that's the next major holiday, so it can't come quick enough.
Oh, I don't imagine. So next Tuesday works for you, Councilor Johnson, and then Councilor Beyondich, Councilor Barnzelli, okay, Councilor Motley.
I work till 4:30, but I could probably take time off. 'Cause I'm not closing, so, like what,
What about the 31st of October?
I don't know, that's Halloween.
But, that's a little ways out, I think. We should
Yeah.
make it earlier. We should make it earlier.
I could, on the 24th, I can just see about leaving early. So what time are you guys thinking? Because the city council's at 5:30, so what time do you want to start the budget meeting on the 24th?
Well, we'll go through the ambulance and probably only get through the ambulance and Vita before for the council meeting unless we do it earlier. So if we did it at 3 o'clock,
Or 3:30? Do you think 2 hours for?
3:30, would work for you?
Yeah, then I'll just take an hour off. if that's all right.
3:30 on next Tuesday, the 24th? Okay, Councilor Freely, does that work for you? Councilor Paulson, does that work for you as well? Okay, a motion needed to set the next budget meeting date for 3:30 PM next Tuesday, October 24th.
I'll make the motion.
By Councilor Motley and supported by Councilor Beyondich. Any further discussion? Councilor Paulson?
Thank you. I just have one other question on the ITMEC budget.
Sure.
So I don't know if we want to vote on this first, or?
Well, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries. Thank you. Next budget meeting we scheduled for 3:30 PM, Tuesday, October 24th, here in the council chambers. Councilor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so Brian, you're still here, right? Okay. So on the skating program, we've got a budget, that's an expense, correct? Of 60,000, not a revenue.
On the skating
Go to
program.
page, it's, well, it's under recreation, yeah. I'm looking at the recreation side just for 1 second.
Yes, that would be the figure skating program, revenue that comes in, and there should be also an expenditure line where revenue is going out for that program. I'm trying to flip through this to find.
Okay, I see it. It's account 248, and that, I have a very big concern about underwriting the skating program. So if we're well, no, we're not underwriting, is the top line revenue? So
Yes.
we're making
Yes.
money on that program. Okay, never mind.
And then some of that money is that levy money that's coming back into the building as their ice time.
Okay.
Because when our
So
figure
that's why
skating
you're billing
coaches do a great job of making sure that we're trying to have figure skating at the end of the year, having enough money positive left over that it would equal the same hourly ice rate that youth hockey is
Got
paying.
it.
So we're not underwriting their program.
Excellent, okay, and then just so I understand, Britt, which is, I think I asked you and Sherry a while ago, there's 0 salaries under recreation. Should some of those ITMEC employees be allocated into rec? No. Can you maybe just explain that for me, if you don't mind?
Sherry?
No, we moved, actually, that's where, if I can take you back
All
in
of them.
history, where the deficit came in from the old miners, is that there was rec assistants that were working in the old miners. So what we did is we took those utility workers and more than 50% or more than, the majority of their time is spent in the Iron Trail Motors Event Center. So they are allocated there.
I did ask the auditors this last year when we had the discussion about the transfer from, I said, but would it just be easier if we just coded those people to recreation? And he said, no, you really want to show that they're in the Iron Trail Motors Event Center. But what we could do, and we'll probably do for this year, is rather than doing the transfer, you allocate the levy funds directly to them. And you have to show who you're paying for, kind of, so we'll do a little better job of accounting.
Accounting,
What we're
okay.
paying for.
That makes
And that'll help
sense.
everybody, I think, at the next audit time, everybody will
Yeah.
see it a little clearer.
And, because I was wondering, well, okay, so the staff that mows, like the ball fields and everything, where, is that all expensed out to the ITMEC?
Park.
Well, that's in the, okay, so.
But however, the Iron Trail Motors Event Center, when they have downtime, they do assist. So it's really Park that is responsible for mowing.
Okay, so I guess what I was trying to figure out is if your salary numbers are inflated with employees that maybe should be categorized in a different department.
Auditors and I have been discussing that.
So if, because that might, I mean, it eases the pain a little bit to say, okay, well, that employee also does park or rec or what have
Recreation or-
you.
Yeah.
And then that, I mean, if you need to keep the numbers in the special revenue fund, I understand that, but just a breakdown. So I think too, so the general public can understand.
Absolutely.
And I think that's really beneficial, the more detail we can give to show, what is really happening. That's,
Correct.
and that,
And
I'm
that's our
sorry.
goal for this next audit, is to really show that.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Just for your information, in the park budget, we have the Park and Rec Director, the park foreman, 2 utility workers, and then our part-time staff, which includes skate shack attendants and summer seasonal help. All of those are in the park budget.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Paulson. Thank you, Brian. Any other questions before we adjourn our committee of the whole meeting for today? Seeing no other business to come for the committee of the whole today, we will stand adjourned. The time is 1:35 p.m., a new council record. Thank you. We stand adjourned.